Test, test. 1, 2. Test, test.
Good afternoon, baseball fans. We're here on a warmer than usual Thursday afternoon at the beloved AT&T Field here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, home of the Chattanooga Lookouts for this matchup this afternoon. We have the Bryan College Lions versus the Rio Grande Red Storm. Noah, my partner here, Noah Bradshaw. I'm Grayson Whaley. We'll be handling the broadcast today, and this should be a fun one. What do you think, Noah?
Yeah, I think it should be a pretty good matchup today. A little opening day action here. Excited to kick it off here at a nice stadium, home away from home type of deal.
Yes, the first home away from home opener for the Lions. Some field maintenance issues. We ordered some turf last fall. It was supposed to be placed down over Christmas break. That didn't happen. So here we are with a one-day contractual agreement with the Chattanooga Lookouts to play at their stadium. And, man, what a beautiful day for baseball. About 47 degrees and sunny here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and it should warm up as the day continues. I'm excited for this one. We'll get started with lineups here for the visiting team, Rio Grande Red Storm. Leading off, number 1, A.J. Thomas. He's going to be playing left field. Batting second, number 41, Clayton Sorrell, playing second base. Playing first base and batting third, number 10, Gavin Lowski. Hitting cleanup for the Rio Grande Red Storm, number 22, Nate McVeigh. He's going to be behind the dish. Batting fifth for the Red Storm, number 5, Darius Jordan. He's going to be playing center field. Right fielder, hitting sixth, number 11, Cole Brennan. Batting seventh, number 33, Jacob Johnson. He'll be DHing today. Playing third base and batting eighth, number 2, John Acaro. And playing shortstop and batting ninth, number 8, Alex Scaller. And pitching for the Rio Grande Red Storm, Trey Carter. And now for your home team, the Bryan College Lions here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Going to be leading us off, senior, number 5, Parker Cosby. He's going to be catching for us today. Playing center field, number 11, Darwin Gregg, batting second. Batting third, number 12, Bradley Prince, playing left field. Hitting cleanup and playing first base, number 24, Bass Cooper. Hitting fifth and playing right field, number 44, Grant Lala. Batting sixth and playing third base, number 29, Daniel Dryden. Batting seventh and DHing, number 9, Kiko Garcia. Batting eighth and playing second base, number 1, Dante Morton. And batting ninth, number 13, Cade Cahoon. And starting a pitcher for today's game, number 7, Anthony Tejada. A very new look for the Bryan Lions. If you're familiar with Bryan baseball, probably some new names. There's some brand new guys going to be playing. A very different look, a very different sound, and perhaps a different offense and pitching staff this year. It should be an interesting one. What do you think about our lineup this year, Noah?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different than it was last year. We lost a few really key guys last year, but we definitely got some guys on the bench that come up this year going to really solidify those spots in the lineup. If you really look 1 through 5, you got some real heavy hitters I think are going to take some place of guys like Wade and Jacob Justice that we had last year, and I really think we're going to have a very good lineup, very good team this year.
Yeah, I would agree. And losing guys like Wade Weinberger Jr. and Jacob Justice is tough because those guys combined just themselves for 32 home runs. That's more home runs than Rio Grande had altogether as a team last year. So losing a lot of pop in the lineup. Another key notable player that we lost, Tyler Scott. He's now a grad assistant on the coaching staff for Bryan. David Scoggins is another one. Sean Bracamontes is another one. And, of course, due to some academic issues, we lost Destin Udamban to Tennessee Westland at the halfway mark of the year. So it's going to be interesting. And, of course, coaching your Bryan Lions is Coach Clint McCauley. This is his 4th season as head coach. His assistants staying consistent here, Cody Reinhardt and Jordan Day. And then we have some new GAs on staff this year. Jacob Wilson and Tyler Roper are the grad assistants, and student assistant Corey Reinhardt, brother of assistant coach Cody. So, new coaching staff, some new players, some new names, and obviously a new start to this baseball season. It should be exciting. We're going to have a lot of fun. First pitch is scheduled to be at 1 o'clock. It's going to be a doubleheader, 2 7-inning games. So we'll get going here soon. But until then, until we get a little closer to first pitch, we'll head out and we'll see you later. The lineups have been announced. The coaches have shaken each other's hands, and we're about ready to get kicked off here for game one of this 4-game series. Anthony Tejada, starting pitcher for today's game. Last year he posted a 5.26 ERA with a 1-2 record. He's looking to move up, though, in the rotation. He's a strong arm, sitting in the low 90s, and he can be deadly when he's on his A game. Excited to see him pitch today.
Yeah, Anthony Tejada, senior, big leader on this team. He doesn't really do anything special up on the mound. He goes from the stretch, nothing too jerky or wacky about his windup, just kind of straight at it, and he's got a very powerful arm that goes behind him, and he can really zip the ball across the plate, and he's a very good pitcher, and excited to see him pitch game one today.
Yeah, if I heard it correctly, I believe that Bryan is using what is called the machine. If you're familiar with what the Tampa Bay Rays used to do with Sergio Romo, they would trot him out there for an inning or two until they could kind of get to the second guy who's the get you over 1 inning guy, and then the starter pitches the 4th through the 9th inning. Obviously, this is a 7-inning game, but I think the theory is still the same here. I think Tejada's plan is to go for the first 2 innings, and then they'll bring in the get-you-over guy, and then we'll see basically who is the starting pitcher go the rest of the game, if that makes sense. But with losing our ace pitcher to Mississippi College, Joseph Cuomo, this Bryan College pitching staff is looking to make a statement here, and hopefully they'll keep the trend consistent. They had a really good fall, dominating hitters in the fall, and I'm excited to see what they do here, especially starting off with Tejada, very strong arm, as Bradshaw mentioned earlier. Looks like we're going to get Cosby throwing down, and we're about ready to kick things off here. Looks like a very big, powerful leadoff hitter for Rio coming up to the plate, A.J. Thomas, left fielder. This pitching staff has a new pitching coach, the trusty Jordan Day. He's a longtime assistant to Coach McCauley and to Coach Hasty before that. The 0-0 pitch looks like it's going to be strike one, outside corner. But Jordan Day is now stepping into a new role as the pitching coach, and I talked to him a little bit earlier in the year, and he's really excited about this new position. He's ready to learn a lot. Swung on the 0-1 pitch. It's in the gap, and it's going to burn Lala for a no-doubter double. He may be looking 3. He's going to round second. He's heading to third, and the throw is going to be late. A lead-off triple for Rio Grande as they are making a statement here in the first inning.
Yeah, one really big thing if you look out this year is looking at the outfield, a little bit slower than we saw last year. Not knocking on those guys out there because you got Grant Law out there, very powerful bat. Cannot have him not in the lineup. He has to be in the lineup. Bradley Prince also a guy who really needs to be in the lineup, and although it is a little bit slower, we're adding some pop to the lineup, so it should be very interesting to see how that plays out throughout the year.
Yeah, I think that was a no-doubter double, regardless if it was out there. That ball was smoked to the wall. Here we have the 2-hole Clayton Sorrell, the 0-0 pitch. Just misses outside, going to move the count to 1-0. Clayton Sorrell is the second baseman for this Rio Grande Red Storm team. He's going to look to drive in a run here early on in the game. The 1-0 pitch looked like a strike, but called a ball. Now 2-0. The only inning that Rio ended up beating opponents in, when you consider the whole year, was the first inning. 52-50 they outscored opponents. So we'll see what they can get going here in the first. The 2-0 pitch catches the outside corner, going to move the count to 2-1. Tejada moves with a lot of tempo. He doesn't take his time. He gets after these guys. And with that, the 2-1 pitch catches the outside corner again, moves the count even to 2-2. Sorrell digs in. Tejada comes set. Here comes the windup. It's hit, and it's going to be fouled off down the left field line, which will keep the count at 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way. It's going to be knuckled off to the pitcher. He's going to check third, throws to first for out number 1, and keeps the guy held at bay at third. So now 1 out in the top of the first. Tejada's a strong arm, and I tell you, when you pair that strong arm with a wicked slider, it can be dangerous. But the thing with Tejada is he doesn't have to go to that slider much because he usually blows guys off the plate to start off with that trusty fastball. So we'll see if he has to use much of that breaking pitch this game here. The 0 ball is going to be fouled off toward the press box. Going to bring the count quickly to 0-1. Batting third here is first baseman Gavin Lowski. Lowski digs in. Tejada comes set. The 0-1 pitch. He's going to reach out for it, and going to be foul. It looked like it was close, but Dryden managed to pick it up in foul territory. So moves the count quickly now to 0-2. I believe that Thomas would have scored on that one if it was a fair ball. It looked like he reached out over the plate a little bit and nubbed that one off toward the third baseman.
Be very big here to get this out and, 2 outs and runner on third instead of 1, where a fly ball doesn't really risk a chance of scoring here, so we'll see how that goes.
The 0-2 pitch. The fastball in the outside corner fouled back behind the catcher. Keeps the count 0-2. Tejada, the 0-2 pitch, outside fastball just misses. Moves the count now to 1-2. One and two with 1 out, runner on third. Tejada throws that nasty slider. Cosby lost it though, and Tejada comes and picks it up off of the dish. And on a strikeout and drop ball, Lowski advances to first, and Thomas remains at third. You don't see that very often with a trusty catcher like Cosby, do you, Bradshaw?
You really don't, but the thing about it was right there is he took that mask off like he's supposed to do, but the ball happened to get caught under the mask, so there wasn't really any way for him to see the ball. So, very interesting play right there.
That's tough. That's a tough break for the Lions early on in this game. So now runners at first and third, 1 out. Lowski held pretty close at first. The 0 pitch misses outside and low. Batting cleanup here for the Red Storm is number 22, Nate McVeigh, also behind the dish for the Red Storm. Tejada comes set, gives a glance over at first, another one, and now the delivery. It's going to miss low and in. So quickly this count is 2-0, and as a Bryan fan, you have to hope that Tejada can keep his composure up there after a weird play after the strikeout. And it looks like he's going to. The 2-0 pitch blows it by him for strike number 1. McVeigh digs in. Tejada gets the sign, comes set, gives the runner a glance, and picks off. Looks like it was a bit wide, but Bass Cooper seems to stay with it. You have to wonder how much of a base running threat that Lowski is, being that he's a first baseman. Doesn't look like his lead's too big. But with this first and third situation, you have to keep him close. The 2-1 pitch, going to catch the outside corner, moves the count to 2-2. McVeigh quickly gets back in the box. The 2-2 pitch misses low and inside once again. That brings the count to full 3-2. This is a big pitch, Bradshaw. 3-2, 1 out, top of the first. He's got to execute this one.
Yeah, it'd be a really nice out to get here. Keep runners at first and third, and don't really let them advance anywhere.
The payoff pitch, runner goes. It's going to be a strike him out, and looks like the throw is a bit wild, a little low on a one hop to Cade Cahoon, the shortstop, and it gets away. And the runner from third, A.J. Thomas, will come in to score. So that'll quickly put Rio Grande on top in the top of the first inning, 1-0.
Got the out there, but would really like to have held the run from scoring. Of course, with leadoff triple, it was really hard to do that. But let's limit this damage just to 1 run here and go in the inning and hit.
Yeah, if you can limit the damage here to 1 run, trust that offense. That offense has been a staple point for the Bryan College Lions over the past few years. As the 0 pitch blows by, the 5th hitter, Darius Jordan, making it 0-1. Tejada gets the signs from Cosby, comes set. Gives Lowski a glance at second, keeps him close. And the 0-1 pitch just misses outside. I believe Tejada wanted that one. So Lowski at second, Jordan up to bat with 2 outs in the top of the first, 1-1 count here. Tejada comes set. Here's the delivery. Strike 2 looks very similar to the last pitch, Bradshaw.
Yeah, it looked to be around the same place. Of course, got this one, so we'll take that. But it'll be interesting to see how that plays out the rest of the game. Outside corners and stuff.
The 1-2 pitch. On its way. Looked like it was a slider that kind of caught him up in the hands. And Tejada makes a nice play on to first for out number 3. So after the top of the first, Rio Grande scores 1 on 1 hit and no errors. And we're ready for the bottom of the first. Leading off here for your Bryan Lions is catcher and senior Parker Cosby. I talked to Cosby earlier this year, and I think he plans to come back for his 5th year, the COVID year rule, getting that extra year of eligibility. He digs in here, the lefty, throws it in there for strike number 1. Trey Carter pitching for the Rio Grande Red Storm today. Looks like a more funky lefty junk baller from just the looks of his warm-up pitches. And time is called at the plate. Parker digs in the 0-1. And it's going to go off of his leg, so dead ball quickly moves Parker Cosby up to first on the hit by pitch.
One thing Parker really did good last year on was leading this team to start the lineup, and he's really getting on base. You know, he's got a really solid bat, and see it again here, even with a hit by pitch. You know, he just gets on base and does what he can do to let the line keep moving.
The dude finds a way to get on. That's just the thing you love about Parker. He's not going to really hit many home runs, but he will find a way on. On-base percentages through the roof. I expect the same this year. The 0-0 pitch to Darwin Gregg looked pretty good, but ball one. Darwin is one of those hitters that you got to keep an eye on this year. He hit under 300, but with 10 home runs last year exactly as a pickoff move. Not going to get Cosby over at first. But he is expected to lead this team offensively this year when it comes to power and probably average as well. The guy's a very dangerous hitter. Greg digs in. Carter gets the sign, comes set. Little sidearm winder there for strike number one. I'd like to see if our hitters struggle with this guy. It seems like a lot of good hitters struggle with slower pitching and, the junk baller kind of guy, throws it in the dirt, has a lot of breaking pitches, will mix up the arm angle. So I'm interested to see, how our hitters do with this guy. Darwin Gregg shoots one up the middle to center field. The center fielder quickly grabs it and throws it into second. Smoked that one up the middle, and that's going to put runners at first and second with no outs. If you've been keeping up with Bryan College baseball over the last several years, this is a new guy, one to watch for. He's got a lot of pop. He's originally a catcher, but he's playing left field today. Bradley Prince, as he digs in here, batting third for the Lions today. Runners on first and second, no outs. Curveball in there for strike number one. I was watching this pitcher in warm-ups, and his curveball looks to be his number one pitch. We'll see how often he goes to the well with that one. Carter comes set, gives a look at the runner at second. And he looks at him. No throw. The 0-1 delivery. Another curveball froze Bradley at first, and he fights it off down the left field line, foul. Prince digs in for the 0-2 pitch. Carter comes set, and here's the delivery. Looked like a cutter that just leaked outside, and Prince swung on and missed for a strikeout and out number one. This is also a guy that you have to look out for if you're Rio Grande. A lot of pop in this guy's bat. He's a switch hitter. It's hard to get this guy out. Formerly went to UT Knoxville, transferred to Chattanooga State, and now is at Bryan College for the remainder of his college career. It looks like a double steal's on. Throw to third, scoops it up, and safe at third. What a call by Coach Mack over there at third. And now, just like that, runners are in scoring position for a dangerous bat in Bass Cooper.
And Bass Cooper here really got a chance to do some damage and keep the line moving as Grant Lawless up as well, another dangerous hitter. But, Bass very good with the bat and really could easily drive in even 3 runs himself right here.
Cooper digs in for the 1-0. Pitcher finally sees something he likes in the signs. He winds up sidearm. It's going to be a fastball just tying in. Moves the count to 2-0. Hitters count here. Bass has to produce. Carter getting the signs from McVeigh. Bass is going to call time. It's taking a while there. you're Ryo, though, you have to be careful with this guy. You don't want to give him. It's almost better to walk some guys than to give him something too good to hit. And Bass is probably one of those guys. Nonetheless, 2-0. Carter comes set. And the delivery. It's going to miss just outside. Looks like they're pitching around Bass. Don't want to give him nothing too good, like I mentioned earlier.
You got to be careful pitcher on Bass, though. I mean, you got Grande and even the guy after that coming up to bat. You know, he's really two dangerous hitters right after that. So there's not really much to pitch around here. It's kind of pick your poison with who you want to go with.
Yeah, honestly, if you're Ryo, the biggest mistake was that leadoff hitter. When you hit Cosby, you just can't mess up with this lineup. As ball 4 misses there just inside, and Bass Cooper's going to draw a 4-ball walk. So now number 44, Grant Lala, up to bat. Bases loaded for the power slugger. This should be interesting. Carter taking his time. Much different than Tejada. Tejada works quickly. Carter is taking his time. It's going to miss high and outside for ball 1. If you're Bryan, though, you have to jump on Ryo. You don't want to give a team like this a chance to nip at your heels. You have to jump on them quick, and hopefully that we can do this here in the first inning. Grant gets a breaking ball, going to miss low and inside for ball 2. So now the count moves quickly into a hitter's count, 2-0. Lala digs in. Carter gets the signs from McVeigh. Here's delivery. Looks like a fastball. It's just sawed him off, but it might drop. It's going to. Parker Cosby heads home, and they're just going to score 1 and keep everyone else just moving up 1 base at a time. So although it wasn't exactly what Lala was wanting, a little flare out to right field gets a run in. So now all knotted up at 1 here in the bottom of the first with 1 out. And like Noah alluded to, another dangerous hitter in this Bryan lineup in Daniel Dryden. Looks like they're going to come out for a mound visit. Maybe not the worst idea, huh, Noah?
No, I mean, you know, jam a guy right there, but he still gets a base hit because, I mean, Grant's so strong. You know, jam shots like that are going to get over, and, you know, you want your pitcher to calm down here, but it's kind of hard to, you know. You got to bases loaded, 1 out in the first inning, you know, really jumping on him quick, and you need to get him calmed down. But for Bryan, you really like to jump on him here. Dryden got a very easy chance to do that. The guy with some very sneaky pop, so we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, Dryden had a phenomenal fall. This is someone who didn't play that much last year. He's moving into his COVID sophomore year, and he's looking to do some damage here. Again, one of those guys trying to fill the role of someone like Tyler Scott or David Scoggins or Wade White. We just have a lot of missing holes in the lineup, and you're hoping to see Dryden fill in one of those spots. The bases loaded 0 pitch is going to miss high for ball 1. Dryden digs in. Carter once again taking his time, getting the signs from McVeigh. Comes set, the 1-0 pitch. It's going to miss low, so now 2-0. The thing as a pitcher is, yeah, you have dangerous hitters, but eventually you have to go after guys. You can't just continue walking. You can't continue giving them free passes. At some point, you're going to say, you know what, my stuff versus your stuff, best man wins. And that's what Red Storm's going to have to do here. And that's what they just did there with the 2-0 pitch. Blows it by Dryden. Going to move the count to 2-1. If you're Ryo, man, a double play sounds so good right now. The 2-1 pitch for strike number 2. Man, that looked like it was in the wheelhouse, Noah, and he didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, that pitch looked to be a very good pitch, especially with bases loaded and lefty-righty matchup as that ball's coming right down the middle. Maybe Dryden can take advantage of another pitch here. Really need him to take advantage of that.
The 2-2 pitch on its way. Misses low and inside. Darwin thought about it, but he's going to scamper back to third. So now the count 3-2, and the bases are loaded with one out. The 3-2 pitch. Dryden's going to drive it to center field. That might score two. No, they're going to hold Bass at third, but good enough for a single and an RBI by Daniel Dryden. Now moving the score to 2-1 in the bottom of the first, and still the bases loaded with, once again, another dangerous hitter.
The last two guys, Grant jam shot single and Dryden a nice shot up the middle. Just keep the line moving. Bryan College is kind of pouring, not really pouring it on, but just kind of, giving it to him right now. Keep the line going and just really taking advantage of what they're giving him right now.
That's one thing that I'm interested to see with Bryan this year. Lost a lot of power guys, like we said, but we have a lot of really dynamic players. Dryden being one of those. Great hitter, great fielder. He's got a lot of speed, great base runner. He's really narrowing himself into the five-tool category. So it'll be really interesting to see exactly how they handle things offensively this year. As I say that, the 0-0 count, that one is fouled off behind home plate. So now 0-1. Kiko Garcia, he's DHing for the Bryan Lions today. And he's also one of those guys who you didn't see any of last year. Redshirted last year, and now he is finding himself in the starting lineup this year.
You will see a lot of this guy this year, as he, I think, was probably our best hitter during the fall. Just really on a tear over the fall, and going to get his chance this year in his first game of the year.
The 0-1 pitch. Oh, it looks like it caught the outside corner. Nice curveball there, backdoor curveball. Yeah, Kiko, I think, over the last week or so, kind of solidified himself in the lineup. He had a really good inter-squad the other day, and he looks to try to prove himself here, but he's behind the count 0-2 with one out, bases loaded. The 0-2 pitch is going to miss low, and the catcher can't find it, but Bass didn't get much of a secondary there, so no hurt at all if you're Ryo. Kiko is one of those traditional hitters. He's the guy who kind of likes it inside, likes to pull it down the line. It seemed like for a little bit baseball was getting away from that. A lot of backside hitters, but this guy, you throw him inside, he's going to cause some damage. The 1-2 pitch on its way. And once again, fouled off behind home plate. Looks like he's all over it, Noah.
He does here. The pitcher's inside, like you just said, and his hands are in on it. He just barely missed it right there, and give it to him there again, and you're probably going to do some damage to you, as he's got some nice hands, a really good swing, and just an all-around great hitter.
Garcia digs in, waits once again for Carter to get the signs. Carter looks over at the dugout like, come on, give me something better. Agrees to something with McVeigh. Comes set, the 1-2 pitch, sidewinder, just missed inside. Moves the count even to 2. Count evened up at 2-2, and Kiko is just going to miss that one. It looks like he kind of flailed for that one, and now there's 2 outs with, once again, one of those new faces, Noah, Dante Morton, freshman from Georgia.
This guy kind of came in and just really stole the show at second base. He's very quick, very good in the field, and just, I think, really won over the team and the coaches and solidified his spot kind of early on as he came into this program new. But very well-liked guy on this team.
The 0 pitch, going to miss high. So if you're Bryan, I don't think 2 runs is going to satisfy the coaches here. You want to pour it on when you got the bases loaded, especially with just 1 out. And now with 2 outs, you got to get something going. And the 0-1 pitch just misses outside. Going to move the count to 2-0. Dante Morton, middle infielder, very quick. He's got good hands. 2-0 pitch, misses high and out. And here we are, 3-0. Ryo once again in danger of walking in a run. Let's see if Carter can have an answer for Bryan here. The 3-0 pitch, it's going to miss high and out. So that walks in a run, and Dante's going to move to first, Bass to home, Grant to third, and Dryden to second. So here's the third new face in the lineup, Cade Cahoon, shortstop from Michigan. One of those guys over the fall that kind of struggled at the plate, but his defense is what gets him in the lineup. Let's see if he can answer here, and he doesn't even have to answer. The pitcher's going to hit him, and that's going to bring in, once again, another run. And, man, if you're Ryo and you're a coach, you have to be upset at all the free passes here, Noah.
Yeah, it's going to be really frustrating here, especially as they're going to go back to the top of the lineup with Parker Cosby leading it off, as this guy's very dangerous. And last chance we didn't really get to see him hit, but we don't want to give anything to this guy either, because he'll definitely do damage to you. And flipping the lineup back around is big, especially in the first inning. See what we can do with that.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you got the leadoff hitter with 2 outs, and then you gotta have a power hitter behind him at number 2. You want to see your guys get a ton of at bats, and that's kind of Bryan's philosophy. We're gonna put our power guys at the 1 and 2 spot. Not that Parker's got a ton of pop, but he's gonna hit the ball, and he's gonna hit it hard most of the time. As the 0-0 pitch is on for a swinging strike, moves the count to 0-1. Like you said, Noah, he is dangerous, and he's one of those guys that he doesn't get put out much. Last year, he had an impressive 304 average, and that 0-1 pitch misses low. Cosby digs in for the 1-1 count. If you're right, you're just trying to catch any kind of break that you can at this point. The 1-1 curveball is going to miss outside, brings the count to 2-1. I'd be interested to see what the ball to strike ratio is for this guy. He's thrown a lot of balls. The 2-1 pitch on its way. Cosby is going to watch it go by for ball number 3. Here we are in that same situation, Noah.
Exact same situation. You really don't want to start going through that lineup again, especially this middle part. As number 2 is really a 4-hole hitter in power terms, but he also has great speed.
The 3-1, it's going to be flared out to center field. The shortstop's going to have to run back, and he snags it. It looked like he snow-coned it for out number 3. And Ryo really, even though they gave up 4 this inning, they avoided danger, as the Bryan College Lions scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 3rd with 3 hits. No errors for Ryo. We'll be back. Tejada in for his second inning of work here. Tejada from the Dominican Republic. He's been one of our really better international players. He misses there on the 0-0 pitch. Speaking of Dominican Republic, though, Noah, the newly Hall of Fame and my favorite player, David Ortiz, just got elected the other day. And I was pretty pumped when I saw that. The 1-0 pitch misses, now 2-0. What do you think about the Hall of Fame thing? You know, you got the steroid era, really tainted things. Ortiz was kind of connected to it, but never proven of it. It's one of those things, and I know that we don't agree on it necessarily, but what do you think of that whole thing?
Well, I think, I understand steroids. You're not supposed to have them, and, guys like David Ortiz obviously going to get in the Hall of Fame, but guys like Barry Bonds, I feel like really got snubbed as take away a lot of his numbers, even with the home runs. He's still a great player, and, everybody just looks at steroids and just thinks bad, but I think if you really go into it, I think Barry Bonds definitely should be in the Hall of Fame. Steroid era really saved baseball, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's one of those hard things to debate, and I think the Hall of Fame writers and the Baseball Association writers, as Rio draws a walk there, but as the baseball writers, one of those things, and when you consider someone who's a Hall of Famer, is integrity, and I know that that's something that they look at. It's something that's argued, but those guys are definitely some of the greatest of all time when you're considering Clemens and Bonds especially. But it is one of those tough things, and it's just there's two eras of baseball kind of mingling together right now. You have the new age, who's kind of like, who really gives a crap what they did. They were the best of the best, and then you kind of have the old school or traditionalist, which is kind of what I side more on, who's like, it's about the game and respecting the game and more along those lines. But Tejada's working good here. Now after the walk, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. But interested to see, with Bonds and Clemens, being snubbed, you kind of think everyone else that follows them as attached to steroids will as well. Jacob Johnson in here for Rio. He's going to watch the 0-2 pitch for ball one. Moves the count to 1-2. Cole Brennan gets the lead off of first. And that pitch looked good. I must have missed low. So now the 2-2 count to Johnson. Time is called by the batter. Count still 2-2. Tejada comes set. Keeps sprinting close. And the 2-2 pitch misses. So now 3-2, no outs for Tejada. You got to go after this guy. The 3-2 pitch. It's going to miss high, so that's the second walk in a row. And that's Tejada's flaw. He throws it really hard, but he can be wild at times.
There's one thing you really don't want to do. You had him 0-2, and you're going to let him walk there on 4 straight, which is something as a pitcher, it's like one of the worst things to do as a pitcher, but knowing Tejada, he'll come back and bounce back from it, and so he needs to right here and just really limit this damage. Just come get him.
So now runners on first and second as that 0-0 pitch is fouled off, and John Acaro, third baseman for Rio Grande today, is into bat. Like you said, Noah, Tejada is known for bouncing back with stuff like that. He didn't have the best numbers-wise as far as pitching goes last year, but he's one of those guys that you can rely on. As the 0-1 pitch, he's a little bit late on, is fouled off down the first base line. Quickly moves the count to 0-2. The 0-2 count. Acaro digs in. Tejada comes set. Here's the pitch. Misses just outside. Now 1-2. Caro is one of the few Rio Grande players to not be from Ohio, as he's from Trinity, Florida, and it's from coming out of Davis and Elkins University, so it must be a transfer. The 1-2 pitch on its way, fouled off down the right field line. Going to keep the count at 1-2. No, we seem to have some more fans coming in as I look down here. It was pretty empty at the start of the game, but looks like we're having a few more funnel in as the game goes on.
Seems like some people are getting out of class and, move their way on down to Chattanooga to watch some good afternoon baseball, as we like to see, Bryan fans come out and support.
The 1-2 pitch on its way. Looked like a slider, going to jam him inside. It's going to be fair. Bass throws it to second for out number 1, and that's it. It looked to me, I don't know about you, but it looked like after it hit the ground that it might have gone foul, but maybe it went over the bag.
Yeah, it looked like it may have bounced around that line, and his Bass grabbed it, and of course, that solidifies it fair. And Bass made a good play going to third there.
Second.
Going to second there and getting that that lead runner that he can out, and first and second here can turn a double play and get out of this inning.
So now with Alex Scaller, the shortstop for Rio Grande, digging in for his at-bat. Runners are at first and third with 1 out. First pitch swung on and missed. It's now going to be 0-1. Kind of like you alluded to, it's big for Bass to get the lead runner there because now runners are at first and third, and you still have an opportunity to double play here. And the runner's on the move, and it's going to be a low pitch, so no throw. So now as I say that, just like that, there is no force out at second. So now runners at second and third with 1 out and a 1-1 count. If you're Rio Grande, I think your only chance is to somehow match the offense. I don't think Rio Grande's pitching is going to do anything for Bryan hitters. We have a pretty deep lineup. I think it's going to come down to pitching today, and if our guys can hold them. Tejada throws in that 1-1 count for a strike. So now 1-2, and it's fouled off. Looks like Scaller was a little late on it. So now it remains 1-2. Runners at second and third. 1 out. Scaller swung on and missed, and Tejada delivers a big strikeout for the Lions. Now 2 outs. Runners on second and third. But look who it is, the guy who led this game off with a leadoff triple. So perhaps you're a little more careful with him this time, huh?
Well, I'd say you probably would be, but I think, knowing Tejada's probably going to go right back at him with the same stuff just because Tejada he's not scared of anyone, or, he trusts his stuff, which he should, as he's very powerful arm. So see what he does here.
The 0-1 pitch. It's going to be fouled off on a check swing. Yeah, I don't think Tejada gets easily intimidated. And don't let that jersey fool you. That guy is packing some guns under that jersey. I guess what I'm saying is if I had guns like that, I wouldn't be scared of many people either. So runners on second and third. Tejada delivers, and it looks like it's going to be a strike, but it definitely mixed the catcher up. That's a scary thing when you have someone who's thrown at 90, 91 miles an hour and you get mixed up thinking it's going to be a breaking ball.
You definitely don't want to do that, especially on that type of play. But, luckily we got a call that seemed to go a little bit more our way. We'll take it, though, and Anthony's going to go right back at him here.
So now 0-2. Kind of like Noah was saying, maybe luckily they're 0-2. Runners at scoring position for A.J. Thomas. Thomas digs in. Tejada shaking off Parker. He now agrees to something, but not before Thomas calls time. Seems like we've seen a lot of that today. A lot of batters just not having time or calling time in the middle of the pitch.
Not sure if it's, the backdrop of the brick around the back side of home plate or what, but it does seem like people are getting mixed up today quite a bit.
Tejada delivers. Going to be a fastball. It misses outside. Moves the count to 1-2 now. that's one of the things, the nuances of the game that up here you just can't tell what's going on. But sometimes shadows can be weird and it can be hard to pick up signs, and it's just part of the game though. As the 1-2 is fouled off down the third base line, it's going to stay 1-2. And the thing about Tejada is he likes to work quickly. So, when you get out of a rhythm of, seeing signs and getting mixed up like that, it doesn't fare well for a pitcher who likes to work quickly. Thomas digs in for the 1-2 pitch. Tejada comes set. Now the delivery. Oh, man, it's hit deep. It's hit far. It's going back. Left fielder has a move on it, but it's gone. Grande answers with a 3-run homer of themselves. A.J. Thomas looked like he took a indoor slider right over that left field line, probably about 350 out there. And, man, that is huge for the Rio Grande offense. It's kind of like I was saying. You have to match Bryan if you're going to stay in this game. So now it's all knotted up at 4 in the top of the second.
That's big right there. Looks like the only thing we got to worry about is our 1-0 hitter as of right now. I mean, that guy's killing us. I mean, he's all 4 runs he's contributed to right here. I mean, he's been their only offense so far. He's got the 2 hits, and he's got 3 runs batted in and 2 runs scored.
Yeah, and I can say, as someone who's been around this program a lot, Tejada's not used to something like that. There's not many guys, let alone they're going to hit a home run off of him, but at that, pull it down the left field line like Thomas did there. But now the count's 1-1 against Sorrell, the second baseman. But kind of like you were saying, Noah, man, that A.J. Thomas guy, he's someone you need to look out for, not only in this game, but for the rest of the series, as the 1-1 pitch misses outside. But he's got the 2 hardest parts of the cycle. He's got the triple, and now he's got the home run. So he's a double and single away from the cycle, so that'd be kind of something to keep up with this game as well. The 2-1 pitch misses outside, and it looks like Tejada's struggling with command. So now the count's 3-1, and Sorrell is digging in. Tejada working quickly. Cosby sets up inside, and that's where Tejada throws it for strike number 2. So now full count with 2 outs. The payoff pitch here, Cosby sets up inside, and it's going to be flared out to the shortstop, and Cade Cahoon can't make a play on it, so now Prince is going to field it cleanly and throw it into second. So another hit for the Red Storm. So the Red Storm have done their damage with 2 outs in this inning. And number 10, Gavin Lowski, the first baseman, is going to see if he can keep it going. Sorrell getting a pretty conservative lead at first. Tejada pumps it in there for strike number 1. Tejada comes set. Sorrell's lead a little larger this time. The 0-1 pitch. Fouled off back behind home plate. Now 0-2, 2 outs. If you're Bryan, though, you can't let an inning like that discourage you. You got to keep laying it on him offensively, right?
Especially with the offense that we have. I mean, it's really going to be the
runner takes off. It's going to be fouled off behind home plate.
That's really going to be our backbone of this team is just our offense. We got to let our offense carry us, and if our offense is on, everything else is going to be on, and I think we're going to win some games with that offense. And I mean, our pitching staff isn't bad by no means, but it's just the depth and the power on that offense is really scary.
Yeah, and like you said, pitching is bad by no means, but last year our team ERA was 5.25, so not great either. As Lowski is going to hit it to center field, and Darwin Gregg tries to barehand it, and he looks like he's sending him home. There's going to be a play at the plate. No, it's not fielded cleanly by the second baseman. And number 41, Clayton Sorrell, scores from first. Wow. what appeared to be a straight up single to second base or to the center fielder turns into a first to home situation where now Rio Grande takes the lead. So what do you do if you're Bryan here? You can't panic though, right?
No, you can't panic, but I mean, you really need to get out of this inning here quick and get that offense back rolling again. And you can't really let them get momentum and keep that on you and just really start pressing the gas a little bit. We gotta come right back out with offense of our own.
The 0 pitch misses for Tejada. So 4 runs scored by both teams in a single inning so far. Tejada, the 1-0 pitch, and we swung on the outside corner and missed. Now moves the count to 1-1. So now the cleanup hitter, Nate McVeigh, is going to see if he can cause some damage. They have done so much with 2 outs. It's kind of been impressive. McVeigh digs in. Tejada delivers. He looked like he was all over that one. Fouled off behind him, though. So now the count's 1-2. It's a pitcher's count. Got to get this guy right here. McVeigh digs in. Tejada agrees to the Parker signs. Gives a glance to the runner at second. And now the delivery. Saws him off, but fouled off behind home plate. Still, the count 1-2. Tejada comes set with the 1-2 count. Now the 1-2 pitch. Looks like it's a slider. Cosby picks it up quickly and has a play at third. And he's going to be out. Nice throw by Cosby there. Gets Bryan out of a dangerous inning. With that, the top of the second, Rio Grande scores 4 with a 3-run bomb by A.J. Thomas. And a great hit to center field by Gavin Lowski brings in the 4th one. So with that, after 4 runs, we'll take a break. And now the Lions are ready for the bottom of the second. They're half the inning as the powerful Darwin Gregg steps up to the plate. The 0 pitch just misses outside. Going to move the count to 1-0. It's time for the Lions to answer here. After a big 4-run inning by Rio Grande, hopefully they can make something happen pretty quickly with this part of the order. 2, 3, 4. 1-0 pitch swung on. It's going to be fouled off back behind home plate. Moves the count to 1-1. I'm not so sure that Ryo was planning on sending out this pitcher again. I saw someone go into the bullpen in between innings, but I guess with giving him the lead again, makes him a little more comfortable with doing so. The curveball swung on. It's hit deep to right field. It's going to burn the right fielder. Darwin's quick. Better watch out. He's rounding first. He's going to hold up at second. It looked like he wanted to go, but Coach Mack thought differently. But with a leadoff double, that puts Bryan in a prime position here in the bottom of the second.
Really good swing right there by Darwin. As lead off double to start off the innings, always great, especially when you got Prince and Cooper coming out back to back after you. And good chance for Bryan here to tie it up and hopefully take the lead this inning as well.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, kind of what I was saying, for Ryo to even remotely stay in this game, you have to match this offense. And this offense is lethal. So now Bradley Prince steps up to the plate. It's going to be a curveball, and it's going to hit him. Man, this pitcher has seemed to struggle with control. He's given up a lot of free passes thus far.
It's also his third hit batter, and 2 innings of, not even 2 innings of work just yet.
An inning plus.
I mean, it's just very interesting to see how that plays out. As maybe we'll take advantage of that and get him shaken up a little bit and just keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, Bryan undoubtedly took advantage of it in the first inning, putting up a 4 spot of their own. And now you have Bass Cooper, runners on first and second. You might see one of those double steals again. What do you say, Bradshaw?
You could, but I'm not sure if you really go for it just yet. I wouldn't be surprised. With McCauley, he's very aggressive on the bases, as we saw that last year some, and already saw it again this year.
Yeah, and it's kind of like those things. You have philosophy of doing small ball, bunting guys around, or you can steal bags and let your power hitters do the damage. So we'll see here that the pitcher thought that Darwin might have been going there and gave him a little pickoff move, but nothing much to mention there. Bass Cooper digs in for the even 0-0 count. And Carter gets the sign and gives Darwin a glance at second. He's held pretty closely so far. Here's the 0-0 count. It's going to miss low and blocked up by the catcher McVeigh. Moves the count to 1-0. Something that this pitcher seems to have struggled with is getting ahead in the count. And you can't get behind with hitters like this. So now the former Division I player Bass Cooper digs in, ready for the 1-0 pitch. And it's on its way. Swung on and hit hard down the third base line. Foul ball, though. Man, that was close. And Bass can feel it, man. That sounded like 2 runs scored all the way.
That was a shot right there down the line, and I thought third baseman touched it, but I guess he didn't. But Bass Cooper, inside and made him pay for it almost. Really good swing right there. That ball was smoked down the line.
Yeah, something I've learned over my time at Bryan is you don't want to pitch Bass inside, whether he's hitting from the right side or the left side. That's his wheelhouse. So now 1-1, still runners at first and second, and no outs in the bottom of the second. And the 1-1 pitch is taken for strike number 2. Must have caught the outside corner there. So now 2 strikes. You got to kind of shorten up if you're Bass here. Got to get something going. The 1-2 pitch, and here's that double steal. They're going to throw the guy at second, and they got him. That was really smart by Ryo. You don't see that much thrown at the behind runner or the back runner, and that's exactly what they did there, and it paid off as Bass also struck out. So the strike him out, throw him out quickly moves us to 2 outs, and now Grant Lala up to bat with a guy on third, 2 outs.
Really unfortunate bench right there, double steal right there, very aggressive, but sometimes doesn't pay off. As that case right there, and Cooper has to protect the plate, and unfortunately struck out, and so it's a double play for them right there, and kind of hurts a little bit, but Grant Lala can definitely do some damage and keep this game tied.
Yeah, Lala up to bat here, watches the 0-0 pitch. It's going to be missed ball 1. So now the 1-0 pitch. Carter's going to work from the windup with a runner on third. And swung on hard there, but missed. Moves the count to 1-1. So with Bryan being down 1, 5-4 here, you got to get this guy in to tie it up this inning. Grant almost offered at it, but he didn't. Moves the count to 2-1. with the 2-1 pitch. Misses in about the same spot. And now 3-1. To see how many free passes this guy's given up and to somehow they still hold the lead right here is unbelievable, really. Grant grounds out to second base. He fields it cleanly and tosses it over to first for out number 3. So with that, a couple hits, or one hit and a couple free passes, but no damage done. Still the score, 5-4, Rio on top, going into the top of the third. So now we move into the top of the third, and you get to see how the machine works. Here's the third inning guy, Jared Price. Very funky delivery this guy has, and he's very effective. Price, the 0-0 pitch, going to catch the outside corner, strike one.
Price was a guy who moved up last year up to varsity and got his appearance, and that his windup really does affect batters and the way they see the ball. It's very, very nice to see.
The 0-1 pitch misses just outside. Yeah, he's one of those guys the last 2 years I've gotten to play alongside with, and he's a team guy too, and that's part of the reason he got the call up to varsity. And he's, I mean, not only proven to be a good team guy, but he's proven to be successful off the mound as well. That pitch is fouled off down the right field line, makes the count 1-2.
Brings a lot of fire to the dugout. Really gets the guys pumped up in there when he's not on the field, and even when he is on the field, he's really kind of, I don't know, like chemistry kind of gets better with him around, and I think guys, tend to be a little more excited to play baseball even when he's not in, just because of the excitement he brings inside the dugout and out.
Yeah, and you always hear of those energy guys, and I'm not going to make you wonder. He's one of them. The 1-2 pitch flared down the left field line. Looks like there may be some room, and there is, and Dryden makes a play on it for out number 1. So Price looking good so far. Nice little series of pitches there. Nice little sequence is the word I was looking for, and gets the first out here in the top of the third. So now facing number 5, Darius Jordan, the center fielder, the 5th batter in the lineup, and like I said, Price made the cleanup hitter look a little silly up there. So now the 0-0 pitch, he looked to bunt, pulled back, now 1-0. Price with the 1-0 delivery. He's going to catch the outside corner, brings the count even at 1-1. Baseball is one of those games, though, Noah, and you know this, where the season's long, and you got to have guys like Jared Price who are going to keep the morale up. And the 1-1 pitch misses there. Now 2-1.
There's also a guy who can, go out there and pitch for you quite often, and that's really big to have. Is him and Tejada both are guys you can kind of just use for 1 and 2 innings, and 2 days later shove them back out there, and they're really effective with it too.
The 2-1 pitch is hit on, and it's smoked to center field, but Darwin Gregg gets a good read on it and catches it for out number 2. Yeah, and like you're saying, he is reliable. He got called up last year to varsity, quickly made his mark on the team. He had a 4.56 ERA and had a 3-0 record. That ERA is a little skewed, as I think one appearance kind of messed things up there. But he's a really, really sound pitcher all around. So now you have Cole Brennan, the 6th hitter in the lineup, up to bat. Jared Price looking to take it 1-2-3. Swung on and missed there. Brings the count to 0-1. The 0-1 pitch outside, but swung on for strike number 2. Brennan is one of those Ohio natives, the one of many on this roster. The 0-2 pitch is going to miss outside, trying to get him to reach out there for that one. Not going to get him. Now 1-2. But as I was saying, this roster is riddled with Ohio natives. Seems to be their recruiting hotspot is in-state. The 1-2 pitch looked pretty good, but the umpire says no go. Moves the count even at 2. Price, the 2-2 delivery with 2 outs. It's going to be a slider swung on a little early, nubbed off to the third base coach. Going to keep the count at 2-2. Price a little different than Tejada. He likes to work with some tempo, but he'll take his time if things aren't going his way as well. The 2-2 pitch on its way. Looks like a fastball, blows it by him, and Price has some words to say for the hitter. He's going to get this dugout riled up, I guarantee it. Works well there, 1-2-3 with 1 strikeout. No hits for Rio Grande, and no runs. We'll be back. And we're back, and here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, Daniel Dryden, the Nashville native, is going to get us started here. Carter's still out there. He's going to miss inside. It seems to be the theme this game is get behind in the hitters. Dryden digs in, fouls the 1-0 pitch off into the stands. Doesn't Doesn't look like anyone's going for the souvenir. The 1-1 count. And the pitch. It's going to miss high and out. Dryden is a patient hitter. He's going to get his pitch and he's going to drive it when he can. Works quickly here. The 2-1 pitch. There it is. Driven deep to center field. Back. The center fielder, man, he made a read on that one. Caught it on the warning track. Dryden put a charge into that one. But the center fielder, Darius Jordan, quickly gets the ball and secures out number 1.
You see where he was playing and where he caught that ball. I mean, that was just an absolute great play, especially with the smack Dryden had on it. I mean, that dude was. I mean, as soon as that ball was hit, he knew where it was going. That was all around. That was just a great play. I mean, nothing else to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, he took an incredible route to the ball, and that was. He really was all over that one from the get-go. So now Kiko digs in with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. Kiko puts a drive into 1 to left field, but it's going to fall short. And the left fielder, he's been a familiar name, A.J. Thomas, catches it for out number 2.
Seems like Kiko kind of stuck the bat out and poked that one a little bit there, as he didn't really get everything he had behind it, and still a nice little piece he got, but he didn't really get all of him behind it on that one.
Like I said earlier, Kiko likes to pull the ball, and sometimes that can hurt him. Outside pitch there, he tries to get around it, and it didn't go well for him there. Flies out to left field. So now Dante, the freshman, up to bat, and watches strike 1 go by him. Seems like Carter's kind of getting to a groove here, Noah.
Yeah, it seems like he's finding his way here, not getting behind as much anymore, and throwing strikes now.
The 0-1 pitch. Now 0-2. It's going to make it a dangerous game. I mean, we're going to be playing with fire if we can't jump on this guy, though. The 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Man, oh man, that I don't know, that looked outside to me, especially when you go back to the last half of the inning when Jared Price didn't get that call go his way. So with that, no hits, no runs, and still a 5-4 ball game. And we'll be back. So now, here in the top of the 4th, we're back, and the last part of the machine is pitching for Bryan. Matt Lentz, newcomer from Flagler College in St. Augustine, Florida. The 0 counts fouled off down the third base line. This guy's a hard thrower. I watched him in the fall several times, and the guy weirdly sits at 89 like every pitch. It's kind of crazy.
I've heard that that's I don't know, that's his sweet spot. Cold, hot, it doesn't matter. I mean, if he comes in the game, no warm up pitches, he's gonna sit 89. It's you don't hear about that much, but that's just how he is.
And the 0-1 pitch misses low. And yeah, it is really weird. I mean, you can't even give this guy a range. He's not 87 to 89 or 88 to 9. This guy's just 89. He throws 89. He's going to throw 89. That's just what he does. And the 1-1 pitch misses there. Now 2-1. Lentz works out of the stretch at all times, and that pitch is flared out to left field. Is there going to be enough room? Man, it just drops right in front of Prince. He had the room to catch it, but you have to remember, this guy's not an experienced outfielder. This guy came in as a catcher, but you have Parker Cosby. You have the veteran. You can't move him out from behind the dish. So with that, it's just a foul ball, and now the count's 2-2. It's kind of like what you were speaking to earlier, though, Noah. This is a different kind of outfield. We lost a lot of speed, and we lost a lot of guys who were just naturally built for the outfield. So it's definitely a different look. Lentz gets the 2-2 sign. Comes set. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called on the inside part of the plate, and that's going to set him down. Jacob Johnson had no answer for Matt Lentz, and now the 8th batter in the lineup, number 2, John Arcaro, is up to bat. Lentz works well, and Arcaro fouls it off behind him. Moves the count quickly to 0-1. Lentz could possibly see himself as the ace this year. Could find himself in that position. He did really well in the fall. Like I said, he's got high velo and he's got good stuff. Comes set, delivers. The 0-1 pitch must have missed a little low. Moves the count to 1-1.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy who seems that Bryan has really put a lot of faith in as he's came up and really become a key pitcher here for especially in the fall and early on the season.
The 1-1 count. It's going to miss low and out. And yeah, and kind of like I was saying earlier, we don't have Joseph Cuomo anymore. He moved on up to Division II school in Mississippi, and Bryan's kind of searching for that ace. And I think this guy is one of those candidates. So now 2-1. It's swung on. It's hit pretty high, but it's going to be foul. So it moves the count to 2-2. It seems like every year that I've been here, Bryan, we've started off our season with Rio Grande. Last year we started off with Rio Grande, and in a 4-game series, Rio took 1, and they're very much in this ball game here, Noah. And you're going to have to make something happen, not only offensively, but you're going to have to hold them at bay defensively. The 2-2 pitch misses, 3-2.
One of the biggest things about Bryan last year was the late inning scoring was tremendously high as we really outscored opponents late innings, especially towards the last 2 or 3 innings. Our runs versus their runs we were much higher.
And the 3-2 pitch is hit high, and looks like Bass is going to make a play on it for out number 2. Yeah, like you were saying, outscoring opponents big time in late innings. 35-24 in the 8th inning, 20-6 in the 9th inning, and that was the difference maker for Bryan last year. And I can tell you, just from being around the program, they don't want to flirt with that again. They like to put it on you and put it on you quick, and not necessarily walk ball games off, but win them in the first few innings. With that, the 0-0 pitch is flared out to left field, and that unexperienced Bradley Prince is going to catch it for out number 3. So no hits and no runs in the top of the 4th. So that'll move us into the bottom of the 4th, and we'll be back. And we're back for the bottom of the fourth, and to lead us off, the Michigander, Cade Cahoon, shortstop. Going to try to start us off here. Bottom of the order, trying to flip it back to the top. 9-1-2 up to bat in this inning. Grande sticking with their guy, Trey Carter. Trey Carter delivers the 0-0 pitch. Cade Cahoon swings on it, hits it hard. And, oh, yes, looks like Thomas is going to bobble it. Cade Cahoon makes a move to second, and he's going to stay there for what was a single and an error from the left fielder, A.J. Thomas. So quickly, a runner in scoring position with Parker Cosby up to bat.
Really big right there, jumping on it early. I mean, what was that first pitch of the inning? You get a shot double, and, luckily kind of short hopped him and caught him off guard there and scooted past him and let him get a double. Really good start to the inning so far.
So now runner quickly in scoring position. That's been the theme, though. See if we can actually take advantage of it this time around. Seems like there's some signs being laid out by the catcher. Maybe some positioning. Cosby digs in comfortably with the 0-0 count. Carter gives Cahoon another look, and he just kind of steps off and looks him back. So let's try it again. Looks like there's some more signs coming back from the catcher. Here we go, the 0-0 count. Carter gets the signs from McVeigh. He agrees to something. Cahoon gets a conservative lead off a second. Here's delivery. Looks like a bunt attempt. Pulled back, but strike called anyway. 0-1.
Parker really got to be careful there. So he kind of leaned over the plate after that, and catcher just does that and he messes him up. They're just gonna get called out for interference right there. So it's something they need to watch out for.
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't want to make some mental error like that at this point in the game. Let me remind you, we're playing a 7-inning game here, so there's not a ton of time for Bryan to score. You've got to take advantage of their opportunities when they have them. Cosby digs in the 0-1, shows bunt again. He's going to lay it down third base line. That's beautiful. Carter picks it up, slings it to first. Nice play by Carter for out number 1. Slid to pick up that ball and throw him out. Man, that was impressive.
That was a really, really impressive play there. The bunt doesn't work out for Bryan. It seemed like, Parker may have actually had a chance to get on there. Just a great athletic play right there by the pitcher getting off the mound and covering the ground.
The thing is, too, is when the pitcher falls off that way, he's a lefty, so he's falling off for third base. So if you're trying to get Cahoon to third, it's almost better to bunt it down the first base line. And even though the first baseman's crashing, he's got to spin around and make a long throw to third. And I don't know, just it didn't pan out well there. Bryan doesn't bump much. And when they do, they like to see it work. It just didn't happen there. So now the dangerous hitter, Grande, up to bat. And once again, Carter just kind of looks Cahoon back to second.
Seem to be really worried about Cahoon right here on second base as they really look back and keep giving signs towards him.
Cahoon's quick. Can sometimes be a base running threat. Strike 1 catches the outside corner. 0-1 now. Cahoon with once again a conservative lead off a second. Carter gets the sign, comes set. Gives a couple glances to Cahoon. Picks it up and puts it down. Gives Cahoon another glance. Makes him go back to second. Working very slow here. Carter, once again, getting the signs from McVeigh. Cahoon with a little larger lead this time. Kind of that thought, surely not picking off twice. Slings it in their sidearm this time. It's going to miss for ball 1, low and in. So now the count's even at 1. And Grande trying to make something happen with a runner in scoring position. in. Carter gives a couple glances to Cahoon. Slings in a curveball, and it's blocked but dropped a little bit. McVeigh manages to get it back. Cahoon stays at second. Carter is a slow working pitcher. He's been that way all game. Shakes off McVeigh. Comes set. Gives Cahoon a look. And that one's fouled off back behind home plate. So the 2-1 pitch fouled off and brings us to 2-2.
Be really nice to see another shot right here by Darwin as he had last inning. You know, possibly score Cahoon here, at least get him over to third. Something just to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, and kind of like we were saying earlier, Noah, is with a lineup like this, you don't have to do too much as an individual. Just keep passing the bat. And that one's hit high down the right field line. Is there room? No, he runs out of it. Fouled off into the stands. Greg is one of those special hitters, Noah, that even with 2 strikes, he's probably going to foul you off until he gets something he likes. And then when he gets it, he's going to hit it. So let's see if he can do that here. Digs in for the 2-2 pitch. And Carter delivers it. Just a tad bit high. I think Rio wanted that one. Didn't go their way, so now the count is full. 3-2. So 3-2, 1 out, runner on second. Here in the bottom of the 4th. Carter delivers. Darwin Gregg lifts it up into the air down the right field line, and the first baseman makes a play on it for out number 2. So, no, it looks like we may be fizzling our opportunities once again.
Yeah, we're getting runners on base, but it doesn't really seem like we're taking advantage of that and really getting them over or anything, you know. I mean, lead off double, and 2 outs later, he's still standing on second there, which is something you really can't do, especially in a 1-run ball game.
No, you can't. This pitcher doesn't seem like he's got too much that's fooling the hitters. He's been consistent. He's going to throw his breaking ball. He's going to mix in the fastball to keep you off time. He's going to change up the arm angle, and he's been effective so far. And also that really can screw up a hitter's timing is when he's continually picking off or checking the runner or stepping off or shaking off signs. That's something that oftentimes can get the hitter out of kilter. So now Bradley Prince, number 3 hole hitter, digs in. A curveball is swung on and fouled off down the third base line. Moves the count to 0-1. So runner still in scoring position, 0-1, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Carter delivers a curveball. It's swung on and a ground ball hit at the second baseman. Prince hustles, but not good enough to be safe. Throws on to first for out number 3. And with that is the end of the 4th inning. So 1 hit, but no runs for the Lions. They can't capitalize with a runner in scoring position once again. And we'll be back for the top of the 5th. And we're back, ready for the top of the fifth inning. And look who it is, Noah. Leadoff hitter A.J. Thomas. He's done he's done all of the damage for Rio this game.
Yeah, first inning, what was it, like a second or third pitch triple, and comes back up next inning and 3-run bomb.
See what he can do here. Matt Lentz delivers the 0 pitch. It's going to be low. I wonder if that pitch was 89, Noah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Thomas digs in for the 1-0 count. Lentz delivers, and it's going to hit him. Honestly, though, that may not be the worst thing. I guess we'll get to see his speed, though. He did get a leadoff triple, like you said. So it's not necessarily great. You'd obviously love to get that out, but he's been so dangerous that maybe just a hit by pitch isn't the worst thing.
Definitely not the worst thing there, and you also got Parker behind the dish. So, if he does still, it's probably going to be a really close play because Parker, great catcher, great arm, good pop time, and everything.
Looks like he's getting a pretty liberal lead over there. Lentz comes set, gives him a glance, gives him another one. It's going to be a pitch out, and it gets away from Parker. That's probably going to be scored as a wild pitch and moves the count now to 1-0 with a runner in scoring position. Seems like Rio has taken better advantage of their opportunities when they've had runners in scoring position than Bryan has. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Lentz comes set on the 1-0 count. Gives Thomas a glance, gives him another one. And pitch misses high and out once again. Now 2-0. Lentz toes the rubber, gets the sign from Parker, comes set. Gives a look at Thomas, gives another. Delivers a 2-0 pitch. It's going to miss low and in. So now 3-0. So he gave Thomas a free pass, and it looks like he could give Sorrell a free pass as well. Got to come back from this one. Lentz comes set. 1 look, 2 looks. And a delivery. And misses. So 4 straight balls there to Sorrell. And now quickly, runners on first and second with no outs.
Really need to limit this damage here, not let this inning get away from us. 2 walks, no outs, and just kind of needs to go right at this guy and get him out and get out of this.
So number 10, Gavin Lowski, up to bat. Lentz is going to have to come back. Bryan needs a double play or something to go their way right here. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Lowski's 1 for 2 today. See if Lentz can hold him at bay here. Lentz getting the sign from Cosby. Comes set. Gives Thomas a look at second. The 0-1 pitch on its way. It's nubbed down the first base line. It's going to be foul. So now the count's 0-2 against the 3-hole hitter Lowski. The 0-2 pitch to Lowski. Looks like a curveball, just didn't finish it. Brings the count to 1-2.
Really need to get this guy right here. Just go right at him and get him out. Limit this damage and go ahead and get one out on the board.
Lovsky digs in for the 1-2 pitch. Lentz comes set. Gives Thomas a look at second. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So there's out number 1. Much needed out there, Noah.
It's really big out there, and during that pitch, after Lentz releasing that ball, second base is getting a really big lead out there. So that's something to look at and see if he might try to go for third on Parker or not.
Yeah, and Parker's one of those catchers that he's not afraid to throw behind the runner either. So hope he makes a smart decision if the lead gets too far out there to kind of throw ahead of him or kind of run him down or something like that. But nonetheless, 0-0 to Mr. Nate McVeigh. That pitch looked good, but not called a strike. Gives the count to 1-0. Lentz delivers. The 1-0 pitch is swung on. It's hitting the left center gap. Darwin's tracking it for the second out, and it looks like they're just going to have to toss it to second for out number 3. Oh, so what happened?
Looks like they're putting their runners on third and second.
What?
And he's coming back up to the plate to hit.
I'm confused. I have no idea what happened there. The ball was hitting the left center field and it was caught. Oh, I think I know what I think he must have balked.
He would have had to.
He must have balked. That's the only way that could have happened. And man, that stinks for Bryan. So after the balk, now it's 2-0. Man, I didn't understand what happened, and it seemed like it was kind of a late call there. So now the count's 2-0. Lentz comes set. Now it's flared off to left field, and Prince is going to catch it. And Thomas is going to tag up on Prince, and he's going to score. So after the balk that brought 2 runners into scoring position, Ryo takes advantage of it and scores on a sac fly by McVeigh. No, it seems like they've really taken advantage of the times that they've had runners in scoring position, and no different there, certainly.
Yeah, they're really just kind of putting the ball in play when they get runners in scoring position. And, of course, 3-run bomb always helps that. But, sac flies are also a way to do it, like they just did right there. And, they're, moving the next guy over and, just letting people keep coming up to hit. And it's something we're really not doing right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing we have to do. With a lineup like ours, you can't do too much. There's no need to. Just keep passing the bat along. And it looks like they're going to appeal to home to see if he touched home. And I believe he did get his toe on it. He did barely touch it. I was looking for that as well. And the umpire was all on top of that one. So after the appeal, he's safe at home. So still the score remains 6-4 there, despite Bryan trying to pull one over on Ryo there. It was a smart decision, though. You never know with something like that.
Hey, you always got to try it, especially after run scoring. Take that run away. It's always big and didn't pan out that way, but you always got to try for it.
You never know when he might catch the umpire napping, too, and he might just make some call just out of his pocket. But he seemed to be on top of that one. So the count's even now 0-0 to Darius Jordan. First pitch fastball is going to miss inside, brings the count to 1-0. 2 outs and a runner on second. Jordan digs in. And he's really hugging that plate, isn't he?
He does really seem to be on the plate. Interesting technique is you don't see that much anymore. Guys stand in the middle of the box or so, not really hugging the plate like he is. So
after the swing and miss, brings the count to 1-1. Lentz delivers, and strike 2 on the corner. Now 1-2. Time to go get this guy. Don't mess around with him. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Swung on and missed for strike number 3. So Rio scores 1, but they're held at bay with only 1. And that's going to move the score to 6-4 going into the bottom of the 5th. And we'll be back. And we're back and ready for the bottom of the 5th with a dangerous hitter, Bass Cooper, up to bat. Cleanup hitter for today's game, but he's going to be leading off this inning. Rio staying with their guy, Trey Carter, the lefty. But Bass puts a charge into deep left center field. He's not going to get there. Bass is going to have to get on his horse to 2. The center fielder throws it to the cutoff, and just like that, once again, a leadoff double. But can Bryan take advantage of it, Noah?
Well, leadoff double right there on first pitch on a ball like that. It's always nice to have. And you got Grant coming up, and this guy's due to have a really good hit right here. Hit a pretty good ball to second base, got out last time, and he can really charge a ball right here as they now they're gonna pinch run for Bass.
Yeah, pinch runner for Bass, putting in Alex Rollins. Very quick guy, really quick. They see the importance of that run, as it seems like runs are hard to come by for Bryan after that first inning. So now Grant Lala up to bat after a leadoff double. And let's see if we can pass the bat, boys. Trey Carter has done a good job after the first inning of getting out of stuff, though. Let's see if he does the same thing here. Hopefully not. Comes set. Gives the runner a look. Kind of slings it sidearms. Going to miss outside. Ball 1.
Guy up right now who could really, do some damage here. Tie it up. He could get us in with a run or tie it up right here. It's a big guy at the plate.
Pretty good lead from Rollins. Carter doesn't think much of it. He puts one out to right field. It's going. It's back. And Rollins, it's going to be plenty deep for Rollins to tag up on. And Grant does that a lot. It looks like it's just going to be a little pop-up, and it just continues to carry. And that was the same way. He wasn't too far out there, but deep enough to move the runner up.
Yeah, he moved the runner up there, and you look at it, we don't pinch hit or pinch run right there. Bass probably doesn't go to third on that ball, as he's a little bit slower than Alex, because Alex is very quick, and so that's pretty big right now with one out.
Yeah, it seems like that coaching decision is paying off so far. Now with Dryden up, we got to score the guy. Moving the guy to third doesn't really do anything unless he comes across the dish. So Dryden, he's going to put a charge one out there to right field. That's going to be deep enough to tag Rollins. And Rollins takes off, and it's cut off at first, and he throws it home, and that's nowhere close to the plate. So now the score is 6-5, and a good sac fly there to right field by Dryden.
Yeah, just do what we needed him to do. Get the ball into the gap or deep into the outfield, and you let that speedy guy run home from third, and exactly what he did there. Just one run closer to tying this game up.
I know as a pitcher, though, if you're Carter, that's almost a sense of relief. You get the guys off the base paths. I have 2 outs, so now I can work from the windup again. So let's see if he responds like he has all game. Kiko Garcia up to bat now. The 0 pitch is going to miss low and in. Kiko's going to have to get us started here again with 2 outs. That's something that Rio really did in the second inning. They scored all of their runs with 2 outs in the second inning. Carter kind of does his little sidearm slinger and misses. Must have been high. It looked like it was right over the plate. So now 2-0 on Kiko Garcia. Kiko calls time. He's notorious for that. If that pitcher is taking too long, he's going to make him take even longer and call time. Carter quickly gets the signs from McVeigh and winds it up and delivers. The 2-0 pitch is swung on. Looked like it was in Kiko's wheelhouse, but missed. Now 2-1. So the 2-1 pitch delivered. It's going to be low. Moves the count to 3-1. Kiko digs in for the 3-1 pitch. It's going to be strike right over the inside corner. Now 3-2 with 2 outs. 3-2, 2 outs, in the bottom of the 5th inning. The payoff pitch on its way, and it looked pretty good, but the catcher mishandles it. So Kiko walks, ball 4, and now freshman Dante Morton up to bat. Really, Noah, if you can get past our 7, 8, 9 hitters and flip it over again, man, that would be good.
I mean, Kiko's a good hitter, but I'd say really 8 and 9, and our 9-hole last time had a shot into left field, so let's see if we can keep this ball rolling.
Kiko's fooled on the leg lift, and he hustles back to first, even though there's no pickoff. Lefty seems to have a nice move, and he fakes a throw over there in the middle of Kiko getting his mitt on. So an 0-1 on that pitch, and now Dante is behind in the count. Kiko with a pretty short lead at first. The lefty gives him a look. Picks it up, puts it down, and Dante puts a swing on one. It's down the right field line. It could fall. It's going to be just foul right over the fence. Probably a good thing because the right fielder was right there. So now the count's 0-2 with 2 outs. Morton's got to protect here. His umpire's been a little inconsistent, especially regarding the outside corner, so you have to take care of things out there.
Well, he got him with the outside call last time, and the ball looked out and rung him up on it.
I know. And the catcher's setting up out there again right now. Kiko's short lead. It's going to be outside. And, whoo, man, that looked like the same one that he rung him up on. And thankfully, it's not called strike 3. It did look outside, but he's been calling that a strike quite a bit today. So Dante digs in on the 1-2 count. He picks it up, and Kiko's almost picked off at first. This pitcher seems to have a pretty good pickoff move, and Kiko was fooled, took an extra step, but dove back safely. Carter comes set. Dante digs in for the 1-2 count. Carter, nice pitch, but Dante fouls it off back behind first base. Carter comes set. The 1-2 pitch. Gives Kiko many glances. Finally, the 1-2 pitch on its way. Man, just outside. Carter barely misses with that one, and I was afraid the umpire was going to throw his arm up for strike 3.
I think that was a little too low for him to call it on that one.
Yeah, maybe so. So now deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first. Dante Morton digs in. Carter gives Kiko a few looks. Dante puts a good swing on one. The center fielder steps in. Now he's backpedaling and catches it for out number 3. So after an extended inning, Bryan scores 1 in the bottom of the 5th to make it 6-5. And we'll be back. And we're back, baseball fans, here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's warming up a little bit. It's about 50 degrees in Chattanooga now. Matt Lentz continues his work on the mound. He's going to miss the first one. Moves the count to 1-0. Noah, this is our broadcasting debut today. It's been a fun one so far.
Yeah, it's been fun. Been definitely something new.
Lentz misses there. Moves the count to 2-0. Who would have thought? Broadcasting debut at the Chattanooga Lookout Stadium. Pretty fun. Pretty fun to be up here. Pretty fun to watch a game here. And I know it's got to be fun to play here as well. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Now 2-1. And man, it's a great field. I mean, it looks really nice too. I don't know if viewers can tell how nice this field looks on camera, but I mean, for it to be January and the grass look this nice and the mound looks great, and this is just all around a well-kept field. Count now 3-1. Lentz comes set. He's going to miss high. So leadoff walk there for Rio. That puts Cole Brennan at first with Jacob Johnson, the DH, up to bat now.
Seems like Lentz is struggling a little bit with control here last two innings. First inning looked pretty good, and last inning, looked a little wild. And same thing again here as he walks the leadoff batter.
Yeah, and it looks like Coach Mack's coming out to talk to him. And I think if you're a coach here, you got to say, Lentz, you're our guy. We want you to have the ball in your hand. We want you to take care of business. We don't want to go to the bullpen right here. If you're Bryan, you'd love to not use another pitcher. Let him finish out the 6th and the 7th inning and, keep us at using just 3 pitchers this game. So we'll see if that comes to fruition as Coach Mack strolls back to the dugout. And like I said before, Jacob Johnson is going to move his way to the plate. It appeared that Coach Day was just coming back from the bullpen, so I'm guessing he might have told someone, if this happens, you're going in. So I hope Lentz takes care of things here, though, because he is our guy. Not happening there so far. The 0 pitch misses high and out. So now 1-0. Lentz has got to get on time, and he's got to get in a rhythm. That's so important as a pitcher. It's just to get in a rhythm. Throw a strike here, throw a strike there, and get into a rhythm. And there's strike number 1. 1-1. So now it's 1-1. You got to throw another one. This is where you get into that rhythm. This one is huge. 1-1 count to Jacob Johnson. There it is. Swing and strike. 1-2. Now continue that, Matt Lentz. 1-2. No outs. Runner on first. Go after this guy. When you have a pitcher struggling with command issues, and he throws 2 fastballs by the hitter, it's one of those things. You got to balance. Do you want to throw him the off speed? Do you want to throw it by him and let him try to stay in that rhythm? And it looks like they went with the fastball, but it's going to miss outside. Moves the count to 2-2. Johnson digs in. Big lefty. Lentz gives the runner a glance at first. Nothing there. Johnson lifts one up in the air toward left field. Prince is making a move on it. And it's going to fall. And just like before we talked about, just the inexperience out there in the outfield. And it's like this, though, Noah. Prince is one of our best hitters. You got to have him in the lineup. But he's a catcher. So you have to compromise defensively there just to get the guy in the lineup. And it's a good problem to have. Don't get me wrong. When you have so many good hitters that you're having to play guys who aren't in their normal spots. But that's where it hurts you. When you have something in foul territory, it's a tough play to make, and it wasn't made there. So now we're 2-2 with no outs, runner on first. Johnson lifts another one out to left field, but it's going to be foul. So the count stays at 2-2. Lentz comes set on the 2-2 pitch and delivers, and is going to miss the breaking ball outside. Doesn't catch a piece of the plate, so now it's 3-2. Man, you cannot let go of this guy. You had him 1-2. You got to finish him off here. Lentz, the payoff pitch. He's going to miss high and out. And there goes the second free pass. So after having him 1-2, he loses him with ball 4 there. And it looks like some movement's going on in the bullpen. Of course, you don't want to have to use a guy, but you also don't want to get in too much trouble. So if you're going to bring in a guy, like this is the chance, you know, like you don't want to let him get bases loaded before you bring in a reliever and have no outs. Obviously, you hope Lentz can get himself out of this, and if this is early on in the year, this is the time to really prove if you have what it takes to fight through some of those grittier and tougher moments. Now John Arcaro up to bat, the third baseman. Lentz comes set, delivers. Nice pitch there. It's going to be lifted up to second baseman Dante Morton. He camps out under it, and it's, ooh, man, he almost dropped it. Not that that would have been a huge deal because it was infield fly, but that's out number 1. The infield fly rule is the interesting one, you know. I wonder how long it took them before they made a rule like that. Yeah, if you drop it and you throw it to third, throw it to second, get the double play. There had to have been some trial and error that went behind that rule. So with that, Alex Scaler up to bat for the Rio Grande Red Storm, and Lentz is going to miss high and in. One and 0 here. Lentz gets the sign from Cosby. No look, the runner at second. Scaler fouls one off behind home plate. Moves the count to 1-1. You know, the last thing you want, Noah, is this guy to get on, because look who's on deck. A.J. Thomas, the producer of almost all of their runs this game. Lentz misses, low and in. So Scaler now faces a 2-1 count.
Yeah, I really like to get this guy here, kind of limit some damage. Got a very scary guy coming up next, and don't want to let this game get out of hand because we're still very well into this game, just a 1-run game.
Yeah, and this is kind of where you have to put up or shut up if you're Bryan. You got to get this guy. You have to get him. It's 2-1. Lentz checks on the runner at second. And Parker steals a pitch there. It looked like it was a little outside, but great framework there by Parker Cosby, the veteran catcher. So now the count's 2-2. That's just what you get with a veteran catcher, though. It's so nice to pitch to guys like that who can steal strikes for you. Lentz delivers a 2-2 pitch. It's going to miss up and in. So now, here we are, once again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Scaler digs in. Big pitch here. Lentz comes set. Here's the pitch. Hit on to right field. It's hit pretty hard. Grant is going to, they're going to hold him at third. So no runs scored there, but a hard hit ball to right field puts the bases loaded with 1 out. So Lentz is facing some adversity in his first outing of his Bryan College career. And man, this is the time for him to show what he's made of. Facing the best hitter in their lineup, A.J. Thomas, with the bases loaded. 1 out. Double play will look really good right now. Lentz misses high and in. If you're Bryan, though, you have to get something to go your way at this point in the game for you to look at a win, you know?
Have to. Maybe just a sac fly here, even just 1 run. 2 runs aren't going to be, aren't going to put us out of this game here, but can't let a guy like this really put one in the gap or something, or this game could be getting into trouble.
Matt Lentz misses up again. know, when Lentz pitched, I saw him pitch quite a bit in the fall, and he did really good. And the only time he struggled is if he missed up. He didn't really seem to have a problem missing anywhere else. So he's going to have to get on top of that ball and finish here. The 2-0 pitch. There's a good pitch. Thomas puts a good swing on it, but misses. So now 2-1. Bases loaded, 1 out, 2-1 count. Lentz agrees to the sign that Cosby gives him, but not before Thomas calls time. A big pitcher-hitter duel here. 2-1's the count. And Thomas is going to do the splits as he fouls one off behind him. Now moves the count to 2-2. Lentz comes set, and he steps off. It's a big pitch here. Big pitch here, Noah.
Yeah, really nice to get this guy, especially him, as a dangerous hitter.
So now the 2-2 pitch. On its way, he kind of reaches out there for one. It might get down. Grant's on the move, and he dives, but it's not going to be caught. So that's going to score at least one. They're going to hold the runner at third. And, man, it looked like we had the opportunity to catch it there and just almost just not hit hard enough. It kind of looked like it tied Grant up there in right field, and Rio scores another one. So A.J. Thomas, once again, comes through. Moves the ball game to 7-5. Looks like the corners are playing in here with 1 out. Lentz delivers a pitch. It's going to be high and out. You know that bullpen's got to be hot right now, Noah. With the bases loaded, 1 out, your pitcher's struggling. Man, it'd be nice if he could come through here. The 1-0 pitch is swung on. It's in that Bermuda Triangle. Cahoon makes a play on it, and Johnson fakes the move to home. So now there's 2 outs. That tough play by Cahoon. Man, he stayed with that one. That was nice.
Yeah, limit this inning to 2 runs right here would be big. As you know, 2 runs is probably gonna be nothing for our offensive scores. They can erupt any time now, and I want to just keep us in this game right here. Well, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, kind of like you said, we're sitting on the top of 6. We have 2 more opportunities. We're playing with 6 outs, and it's 7-5. So at this point, we have to score 2 more runs to tie this thing up. At this time, of course, the bases are loaded right now with the number 3 hitter Gavin Lefsky up to bat. That pitch misses, almost hits Lefsky. 1-0. If you're Bryan, you want to see Lentz succeed. And, of course, if he can come through here, that's huge. It just proves himself that this guy, even when he doesn't have it, he's going to work hard and he's going to get through facing adversity. The count quickly moves to 2-0 after Lentz misses once again, outside and up. So now the 2-0 pitch is on its way, and that one misses up. So now it's 3-0, bases loaded, nowhere to put them. Got to go after him here. Of course, as a pitcher, I know that you're not necessarily trying to throw balls, but, man, some days you have it, some days you don't. Let's see what Lentz can fight through here. Lentz, good pitch there, swung on and missed. Had the green light there, 3-0, Noah. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, 2 outs, bases loaded. I don't see why not, especially with a lead and 3-hole hitter up. Probably a pretty good hitter, so, I mean, I don't say I blame him.
Lefsky digs in the 3-1. He swings on that one. That's fouled off back behind him. Now moves the count to 3-2. So the count's 3-2, and there's 2 outs in the top of the 6th. And that means the runners will be moving. The payoff pitch, runners moving. Levski puts a swing on that one. Fouled off toward the press box. Stays at 3-2. Perhaps the biggest pitch of the game right here, Noah.
Yeah, this could be a real make it or break it point for us right here. 3-2 count, runners going to be going, ball in the gap's probably going to score them all.
3-2, 2 outs, the payoff pitch on its way. Man, Levski fouls off another one. That's so frustrating as a pitcher who's not necessarily had it dialed in. When you finally dial it in a few times in a row and the batter continues to foul you off. Stay in the zone here, Lentz. 3-2, 2 outs, top of the 6th, score 7-5. Levski digs in. Lentz delivers the pitch. Levski's going to flare one out to right field. Can Grant make a move on it? He does. Camps out under it and catches it for out number 3. So we limit the damage. Rio only gets 1. They had the bases loaded. Man, that was close. But we're only down 2 going into the bottom of the 6th. We have 6 outs to work with. Let's see if we can't chip away here, Noah. No, we're just talking about how it's crazy that it seems like the difference in the ball game has been the 3-run homer in the 2nd inning from Rio, and the fact that we've only scored 1 run after that 4-run first inning. Carter's really settled into a groove here, hasn't he, Noah? Cade Cahoon puts a drive on a 1, but it's going to be just really flared out to center field. Easily caught for out number 1.
Yeah, it seems like since that first inning, he's really settled in, not throwing as many balls, not hitting any people anymore, and top of the lineup coming up, so maybe we can get on top of him here, but it doesn't seem like anything's really affecting him right now.
I really thought, I saw a couple guys trotting out to the bullpen after his sketchy first inning, but he's really settled into a groove after that, only giving up 1 run after that 4th run first inning. So now we have our leadoff hitter, Parker Cosby, up to bat. He gets behind 0-1 quickly. I think he's notorious for watching that first pitch go by. Kind of a leadoff hitter mentality. The 2nd pitch misses, so now it's 1-1. Cosby digs in, big leg kick. He drives one out to center field. That's back. Makes the center fielder move back a few steps, but it's caught nonetheless for 2 outs. So just like that, 2 quick outs for Rio. And things are looking up for them, I have to say.
It is, but we still got Darwin coming up here and get something started here. Maybe even just get 1 run across, scratch back, claw back a little bit here. 2 runs, not out of this game just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing about this lineup is you never know when someone's going to put a charge into one. You know, you're literally, it's one of those moments where you're a bloop and a blast away, and this is the kind of lineup that can do it. So Darwin Gregg digs in now, powerful hitter. There we go, puts a charge into one, deep left center field. It's back, off the wall. Darwin Gregg moves into second. The left fielder is struggling to pick it up, and just like that, we have a runner on second in scoring position with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. But that's exactly what we're talking about, Noah. You never know when someone in this lineup is just going to put a charge into one and completely turn the tide of this game.
Yeah, that was a great shot right there. I mean, the gaps here are pretty big, and down the line, you know, that ball's got a chance, and especially if we're playing at Bryan right now like we're supposed to be, that ball probably gets out of the yard there.
I would say that ball definitely gets out of the yard. That thing clanked off the wall, and I'm guessing it's probably close to 370, 380 out there. And that was a line shot. Gregg destroyed that ball. Runner at second with 2 outs, and Bradley Prince up to bat. Prince gets the man, that was a nasty curveball. It almost left me speechless, Noah. So now Prince digs in 0-1. Carter seeing if he can settle into that groove that he's been so known for in most of this game. So it's still 0-1 with 2 outs. Darwin Gregg on second. And number 3 hole hitter Bradley Prince up to bat. They pick off. Nothing happening there, though. He's safe. Seems like Carter really does mess with the hittings or the timer. Oh my goodness, the hitter's timing when he does all that pickoff stuff and steps off and gets his, takes a deep breath, and I know that can really mess with some hitters. There's another breaking ball, but Bradley Prince hits it well into right field, and Darwin Gregg's on his horse. He's going to make a move to home, and he scores from second base. And kind of like you were saying, Noah, here we are. It's 7-6 now. If we could just maybe get that one run and kind of settle us into an offensive groove, and here we are. We've done that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great at-bat right there by Bradley. And, he didn't do too much there. Just a little ball that rolls right in between first and second base, and it's all we needed to score a run. And, it's a one-run game, and Bass Cooper's up, so you never know what's going to happen here.
The powerful switch hitter, Bass Cooper, is up to bat now. As Noah was saying, Prince on first. Now there's still 2 outs. And Carter once again taking his time. It seems to be his kind of thing. Is if something goes wrong, let me take a deep breath, settle myself, and get back in this groove. The first pitch is going to get away from the catcher, so that puts Bradley Prince in scoring position. That's huge for Bryan right there, because now a base hit can score him. And honestly, I might look to the bench to see if they're going to bring in a pinch runner now.
Yeah, it could be a David Walker situation here. As he's, him and Alex really pitch ran a lot last year, but it doesn't look like they're going to go to it this time. But
I guess you don't want to burn the guy with 2 outs. You never know what you might run into in the 7th inning. So they're going to keep Bradley out there. So now the count's 1-0 after that one squeaked away from the catcher. Carter delivers the 1-0 pitch. It's going to be that breaking ball, catches the backdoor corner. So now it's a 1-1. That breaking ball moves a lot, Noah.
Yeah, he's really, he hit, I think it was actually Bradley hit within the first inning, but he's kind of locked it in now, and throwing it for strikes now.
Definitely has. Counts 1-1. Carter steps off. This is what I'm talking about. It's hard to get into an offensive groove when you have someone who's willing to take his time. I know when I'm on the mound, I'm a little more up tempo. I like to pitch and then throw another one. Pretty soon after that, he's not the same way. And with that, Bass Cooper's going to lift one out to right center field. The center fielder makes a move on it, and he's going to catch it for out number 3. So we didn't do exactly what we wanted to, but we got one. It's 7-6 now after the 6th inning, and we'll move in here into the top of the 7th after this break. So we're here in the top of the 7th with a new pitcher in Chris Bain. He's facing the pinch hitter Ashton Foch. The weird delivery from Chris Bain seems to fool Foch there. Makes the count 0-1. Bain, he's one of those guys. He likes to work quickly. 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Now 0-2. Kind of like you were saying, Noah, Bryan last year was known for those late game heroics. To win this game, it's going to have to be on a walk-off. And looks like, okay, so they struck out, and they dropped it. Our catcher dropped it and made a move to the tag, and the umpire said safe. And then once the runner quit running, he said out. So that was a little confusing there. But the strikeout there for Chris Bain quickly gets the first out of the inning and is working nicely thus far.
Yeah, Bain, proved to be a really quality guy last year. See if he can keep it up this year.
Bain, the 0 pitch. It's going to be an attempted bunt, and Parker dives for it and almost makes the catch. But it's going to be foul. So now the count is 0-1. Number 5 hole hitter, number 5, Darius Jordan, is up to bat here. And, I didn't even realize this, Noah, but they pinch hit for their number 4 hitter in the lineup. Didn't come to fruition, though. Bain on the 0-1 delivery. Swung on and missed, and I don't know if it was foul-tipped or what. If it wasn't, then Parker's struggling to pick up Bain's pitch. So now 0-2. Bain with the funky delivery. And he reaches out. Did he swing? No swing, says the first base umpire after the appeal. Man, that was close. Brings the count to 1-2. Jordan puts a swing on one. On the 1-2 pitch, fouls it off behind him. Keeps the count at 1-2. Chris Bain, the 1-2 delivery. Tries to get him with the backdoor slider. Doesn't happen. Misses outside. Now 2-2. This is an important inning. You can't win the game with this half of the inning, but you got to keep it at 1 run, right? Chris Bain works quickly. It's flared out to center field, short center field. Cade Cahoon, the shortstop, makes a play on it for out number 1.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to get out of this inning and nothing, and get our lineup back up there and, 1 run. Very easy for our lineup to do that and just.
And now hitting is another pinch hitter, Seth Mills from South Slore, Kentucky. So Rio seems like they're trying to make something happen here with these pinch hitters. You don't see many pinch hitters with 2 outs come in with no one on. The first pitch was fouled off down the first base line. Makes it 0-1. Bain with the quick move to home. Fouled off behind home plate. Now 0-2. Bain's the kind of pitcher that I like to announce for. He works quickly, gets the game moving. The slow delivery, though, misses high and out. 1-2. Bain working quickly once again. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Misses high and up. So now, the count even at 2. The delivery. He doesn't miss with that one. Strike 3 call to end the inning as Chris Bain gives a nice, notorious Chris Bain stroll off the field So keeps the game 7-6 going into the bottom of the 7th. Bryan's going to have to make something happen here to win this one. So we're here, back, now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bryan's down 7-6. No, they have to make something happen here to win this game.
Yeah, and it's got the right guy up right now to get on base and get a double or something. Big power guy Grant Lala coming up.
But look who they have on the mound. Still sticking with that guy that I thought they were going to pull after the first, Trey Carter. Grant's going to ground one out to third base, but it's going to be foul. Moves the count to 0-1. Carter gets the sign for McVeigh. Grant shoots one up the middle, but it's caught by Carter, and he flips it on to first for out number 1. So now Rio is 2 outs away from taking this home away from home opener. And now up to bat, Daniel Dryden. Dryden, he may not be the biggest guy, but no, he's got some pop.
Oh yeah, I watched him hit a few times, and you probably think double, maybe a little speed guy, but no, this guy can hit the crap out of the baseball.
Dryden watched the first pitch go by him for strike number 1. This is one of those guys that really solidified his spot in the starting lineup in the fall. It really impressed the coaches. And it looked like the umpire wanted to call that outside pitch a strike, but he refrained. So now the count moves to 1-1. Dryden digs in. Carter looks to get the sign. He gets it. And here's the delivery. Ooh, that one looked good. Must have been high. Moves the count to 2-1. I think the Rio bench and coaching staff wanted that one, Noah.
Yeah, I think so. And it looked pretty good.
So now 2-1 with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Carter takes a while, and Dryden playing mind games now calls time with the dish. Carter moves quickly now. Dryden puts a big swing on one, but he misses. So now there's 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes for Daniel Dryden. The 2-2 pitch just misses outside. And Noah, I think I've seen that one called a strike today.
Oh yeah, Daniel, it looks like he might have a really good eye. I don't know.
He's a very disciplined hitter, but man, there's a time to do it and a time to not. That was close. The 3-2 pitch on its way. And misses inside, so that's great news because, man, ball 4 there is big because Daniel Dryden can run the bases like a maniac. So I guarantee you they'll be trying to get this guy into scoring position here. And with that, we have designated hitter up to bat, Kiko Garcia. He's not done much this game, but he has the potential to. Kiko's 0 for 2 in this one, but looking to put a hit on the column for him. here with one out in the bottom of the seventh. Dryden with a fairly conservative lead, and doesn't happen there. But strike one called on the inside corner of the plate. Yeah, like Noah was saying, looks like there's a pinch hitter on deck, Will Cantrell. Big power guy himself. And that pitch hits Kiko, and he's fired up. He's shouting to the dugout, and this could be the time for Bryan to make a move. Now there's one out, runners on first and second in the bottom of the seventh, and a powerful pinch hitter in Will Cantrell, Noah.
Oh yeah, this guy could. This guy can in this game right here, right now. Even in the fall, he showed off. He's got some amazing power, and he really knows how to use his body to get all of it behind that baseball.
Yeah, this guy's he's a big slugger. He's probably weighing in close to 260 pounds. He's about 6'1", and this guy can destroy the ball.
Who's running?
David Walker is in to pinch run at first base for Kiko, who was hit on that pitch. Put some speed behind the lead runner, but the coach is going to come out for a mound visit. You have to wonder if it's time to pull him.
Is that David or is that Jimmy?
I think it's David Walker.
It is David.
David Walker was in that position a lot last year when he's actually a pitcher, a really good one, and he's soon to be cleared to pitch, and look forward to seeing him throw later on in the year. But he's also speedy, so even when he's not pitching, he can come in to run some bases for you. That's exactly what he's doing here. So Daniel Dryden at second and David Walker at first, two speedy guys, and they're going to try to win this game. I'm telling you, if Will Cantrell can put one in the gap here, this game may be over, Noah.
Oh, yeah, very well could be. Like you said, Walker, great runner. Came on in a lot of games last year. I think it was like 15 games he came in to run last year, and so he knows how to run the bases, and he can run them smart.
You're right on that number. 15 games he came in just to run bases last year. Cantrell watches the first one. It's going to miss low and in for ball number one. So if you're the Bryan dugout, man, you have to be chirping. This is the time to jump on a pitcher like this. He's tired. He's been going the entire game. You've seen him a lot. Of course, Will hasn't seen him this game. But it's time to jump on a guy like this. Cantrell digs in for the 1-0. Big slugger waits on the delivery. Carter with the delivery. It's going to knuckle punch one out to the pitcher. And, man, you hate to waste that opportunity. It looked like it jammed him a little bit and just threw out a flare to the pitcher for out number two.
Yeah, and a little bit of wasted at bat right there, it feels like. But Cahoon, was 2 at-bats ago, laced one into left field. Maybe we can do that again and get a run and tie this game up.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely need this. This is the bottom of our order. If somehow Cade Cahoon could just find a way on, you have Parker Cosby right behind him. Carter comes set. The first pitch is going to be strike, and that was right down the middle. Was that a breaking ball, Noah?
I can't tell. It looked like it was just a straight fastball. It just doesn't look like Cade was ready for it to be there.
Yeah. So now it's 0-1, 2 outs, the bottom of the seventh. Bryan has to score to stay in it. The 0-1 pitch from Carter. Swung on, it's driven up the middle, but it's caught because the second baseman was playing a little bit that way. And with that, Grande takes the first one of this series, and they're going to take a 1-0 lead in this series. And, man, that's a disappointing loss for Bryan, Noah. Rio just last year went 20-34 and just 12-15 in conference, and of course that doesn't mean that they haven't improved this year. And they really gave us a tough fight, and they ended up winning this game.
Yeah, it's a tough game, first game of the year, but look to bounce back here, and whenever the next game we start playing is, and maybe the offense come alive a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll give the umpires some time to change, and we'll be back with game number 2 of this day. We're back for the second part of today's doubleheader after a disappointing loss for Bryan to lose that first game, but hoping to bounce back here. Senior Jacob Hallmark is going to get things started, and I got word in between games that they're going to stick with the machine, so we're going to go with that starter playing the 2-inning role, and then they kind of get you over third inning guy, and then extend that other guy to the fourth or the seventh inning. So we'll see what happens here. Hopefully, the Bryan Lions can put a win in the column coming out of today. It's going to take some more offense, though, no, and I think obviously we're going to have to hold them defensively as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big bounce back game. You know, obviously I want to start the season off 0-2. We'll start off 2-0, but it looks like we're going to have to maybe hopefully settle with 1-1, and then go back tomorrow and hopefully take 2 games from him again. And I think this will be a good game. You know, Hallmark on the mound, very trusty guy, and same lineup. So I mean, I think we'll get it done this game.
I hope to see an improvement here. Obviously, you want to win the second one. You don't want to split this series with Rio. Rio snuck one past us last year as well, taking 1 out of the 4. But like Noah alluded to, same lineup for us, 1 through 9. Rio's going to switch it up a little bit, but this guy's going to stay in the leadoff spot. A.J. Thomas to get things started here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Thomas digs in, Halmy winds up and delivers. The pitch is swung on and fouled off down the right field line to make the count 0-1. Baseball's a long season, though. No, you take some on the chin, you lose a few, but you just move on. You gotta answer with a win here, I think.
Yeah, that's the most important thing is bounce back right here and get back to that Bryan motto, winning and thriving off that offense.
The 1-1 count now. Hallmark delivers. Johnson swings on. Hallmark tries to field it, goes off his glove. Dryden picks it up, but there's not going to be a play at first. That'll probably go down as a hit to get things started in this game. Hallmark had a chance at it there, Bradshaw, but just couldn't make the play.
Yeah, we're having a tough time getting that guy out today. It seems, I don't know, it's going to come few and far between getting him out, so that'll be something to look at definitely as the game goes on.
So now the 2-hole hitter number 41, Clayton Sorrell, playing second base again today, or for this game. Thomas gets a pretty conservative lead over there. Hallmark delivers, swung on and missed for strike number 1. Hallmark is one of those pitchers that has elite command. He's one of those pitchers that almost has too good of command. He's such good command that it's hard for him to throw those 0-2 balls and to get guys swinging and stuff. But if he can get in a groove, then Ryo will be in trouble. The 0-1 pitch misses up, brings the count to 1-1. Like a little delay in the action here as we're waiting for a couple guys to get in the dugout on the Rio Grande side. Thomas with the slightly bigger lead over there. He might take off. Nothing there. Swung on. It's hit to second base. Dante flips it on to the shortstop for 1 and on to first, but safe at first. Only able to get 1 there, but we'll take it.
That was a good turn right there by Dante. I mean, ball kind of looped over to him, wasn't really hard hit at him, and he did a good job turning it. And Cade did all he could to get over to first, just wasn't in time. But getting the lead out was important right there.
So with that, there's now one out in this inning, and staying at the 3-hole this game is Gavin Lovsky. Hallmark comes set. Now Sorrell on first. The delivery swung on and missed for strike number 1. Hallmark does a good job, Noah, at getting ahead of hitters. And that's really important as a pitcher.
Yeah, he really just attacks him, goes right at him. Doesn't really, mess around.
The 0-1 pitch. Looks like a breaking ball. Sneaks in there on the inside part of the plate for strike number 2. This is kind of what I'm talking about. some of the flaws one of the very few flaws I've seen in Hallmark's career is that he almost throws up too good of pitches on 0-2. So let's see if he can waste one here and get this guy swinging or something. Hallmark comes set, delivers a pitch. And high and out. That was a good waste pitch there, though. One and two. Hallmark comes set and then delivers. Looks like breaking ball misses inside and low. Making me bite my tongue there on giving too good of pitches, two not so great pitches there, and now he falls behind 2-2, or falls even. Sorrell gets his lead at first, and Hallmark comes set. Delivers a 2-2 pitch and swung on and fouled off behind home plate. That's going to leave the count even. Hallmark gets the sign from Cosby, who's catching another game in this doubleheader. He's a workhorse back there, Noah. The 2-2 swung on, driven deep to left field. That's going to get down for at least a double. Bangs off the wall. The center fielder grabs it. Darwin gets it in quickly. It's to the cutoff. There is not going to be a play at the plate. And just like that, Ryo strikes first again in the first inning. A huge double by number 10, Gavin Lufsky, is going to put Ryo on top quickly.
One thing about this team seems to be they come out and kind of punch you in the chin. It's kind of how we bounce back to see, really how we're going to play out. And, limited to one run will be huge here.
Now even for Ryan Wheeler, DH here in this second game. Swung on and missed there. Hallmark delivers the 0-1 pitch. And misses. 1-1. All even at one, Hallmark delivers. He's going to catch the strike there on the inside part of the plate. Moves the count to 1-2 against Wheeler. Wheeler's someone we didn't see in the first game, Noah, so it'll be interesting to see how this lineup change affects Ryo here. One-two pitch misses, and they're going to have a play at third. But he slides in safely. Looks like the ball it got blocked up nicely by Parker, but there was a great dirt read by the base runner there.
It was, and I don't think Parker really saw him going at first either. Kind of made him hesitate just a little bit and allowed that runner to get over to third.
So now we have a runner on third with only one out in this first inning. Hallmark comes set. Gives a glance at the runner at third and delivers. Looked good on the inside part of the plate, but called a ball. Full count. The 3-2 pitch on its way. And the umpire's going to say he swung at it. So that'll be a strikeout for Hallmark to get us started here with now 2 outs in the first inning. No, that's a big pitch right there because that's the difference between striking someone out and walking someone and putting 2 runners on with only 1 out.
Yeah, you get in that first and third right there, and you get in trouble, and It's big right there to have 2 outs. Sack fly doesn't hurt you here. It actually can't be a sack fly, so it'll be big.
Yeah, no sack fly with 2 outs. All me deliver is going to miss low in. Hallmark, a trusty senior, since he's gotten here, he's made a difference for this pitching staff, taking up a lot of innings last year, and I guarantee he'll plan to take up many more this year. But that one is driven fairly deep to left field, but Bradley Prince camps under it and catches it for out number 3. And with that, after 1 run scored on 2 hits, we'll head to the bottom of the first after a break. So we're back and ready for the bottom of the first inning. Like we said before, Bryan holds the same lineup as he did the first game. So we're going to have veteran catcher Parker Cosby start us off here to lead us off in the first inning. Pitching for Rio Grande is another Trey, but with a different last name, Trey Mead, number 34. Big righty up there on the hill. First pitch, we're right down the middle, and Parker watches it go by. I think he's done that 3 times this game. It's like a perfect pitch right down the middle. He just must watch every first pitch. Good leadoff hitter here, Trey Mead. Delivers one. It's going to be ball 1, low and outside. The 1-1 delivery. Parker check swings, but fouls it off anyway toward the first base dugout. Brings us to 1-2. Something that Bryan did well last game, Noah, was they got started really well in every inning. It seems like they got someone on every inning, but they couldn't deliver. The 1-2 check swing, but doesn't go.
Yeah, we started a few of those innings off there with leadoff doubles or 1-out doubles, and it seemed like after that we just couldn't really do anything after that. I mean, they'd stay at second base. They wouldn't even move over to third at all.
See if we can get something going consistently through every inning here. Cosby on the 2-2 pitch fouls it off down the third base line toward Coach Mack. Keeps the count 2-2. Meade comes set. Delivers the pitch. Swung on and fouled off once again. And Parker's a good hitter. Much like Darwin, like I was saying in last game, Noah, is he's one of those hitters that he'll get 2 strikes on him, but then he'll just foul off every ball. It's really hard to put this guy away.
Yeah, he's one of your typical leadoff hitters. Fouls the ball off, fouls it off. And he's gonna get a little single. He just frustrates the crap out of you until he make you miss, and then he makes you pay for it.
And that one just misses. He's super disciplined at the plate. He's not going to swing at anything that's not a strike, and if he does, it's rare for him. Pretty much the only way you're going to get him out is a ground ball or a fly ball or something like that. He doesn't strike out much. The 3-2 pitch fouled off once again. Parker Cosby only struck out 18 times last year. 18 times. That was the lowest of anyone that regularly played in season games last year. I mean, that's a crazy stat. Only struck out 18 times in over 50 games.
Well, that's what your leadoff hitter's supposed to do.
Well, as I say that, called third strike on the outside corner, and that's one of those that, do you even put that in the stat sheet? No, that looked like it was a little off the plate.
Yeah, Parker started trotting off to first, and when he does that, you probably figure it's a ball, and so it's a tough break right there to start off the inning.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Parker doesn't miss many balls that are thrown for strikes, so when he starts trotting it, you might want to start questioning yourself as the umpire. Regardless, that puts Darwin Gregg, the power slugger from Curacao, up to bat, and he watches the first strike go by as well. So Meade's gotten both hitters started off with a strike. That's something that Carter didn't do well last game, even though he pitched really well when it was all said and done. That one misses, 1-1. How important, though, is it, Noah, for pitchers to get ahead in the count?
Well, I think especially early in the game, it's important because you got to kind of establish what you're going to be doing and really, show these hitters that, you're kind of here to play. And so if you're kind of messing around, these hitters are going to start getting kind of lax and taking advantage of balls that you actually do put in the zone.
Darwin watched that one go by for strike 2, and here's the 1-2 pitch swung on, driven to right center field. The center fielder is under it, and he calls off the right fielder and catches it for out number 2. That's one thing that you see a lot, Noah, is our hitters. It seems like they don't hit many ground balls. It's not the philosophy here, Bryan. Ground balls are not the way to go, according to Bryan's offensive philosophy, and not everyone agrees with that, but it's found us a lot of success in the past. And with a deadly lineup like we have, those fly balls can quickly turn into home runs.
Well, you have to play towards the park that you have, and if you ever watched the game at Bryan College, balls fly out of that yard like nothing. You can miss a ball and it still go out of the park, and it's just how it is there.
Bradley grounds one up the center to the second baseman. He throws it on to first, a little wide, but the first baseman manages, and that'll be out number 3. So only one hit and no runs in the bottom of the first. And we'll be back. We're back for action here in the top of the second inning. Hallmark is going to continue his performance. In the windup for the 0-0 pitch. It's hit to left field, hit pretty hard, and that's going to be in there for a single. Prince fields it and throws it into the cutoff Cahoon. And once again, Ryo, quick start.
Yeah, it's a really quick start there. First pitch, nice shot, backside single right there. So Hallmark hopefully can get out of this.
Seems like really this game and last game, they've taken advantage of their opportunities. They get on early and they score those guys. And that's something that Bryan's going to have to do as well. So here the 0-0 pitch. Runner on first, swung on and fouled hard down the third base line. 0-1.
They've come out swinging this game.
They really have, and from watching Ryo last year to watching Ryo this year, this doesn't look like a 20-34 team and a team that went 12-15 in conference. This looks like a team that can compete with guys that are ranked. Hallmark comes set. Gives the glance to the runner at first. Pitch looked a little inside, but given to him anyway. 0-2. And Ryo plays in the River States Conference. That's a conference that is through Kentucky and Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio, I believe. No easy teams in that conference as well. And it really seems like they've improved from last year. So we'll keep an eye on them as this year continues. And with that 0-2 pitch, misses just up, moves the count to 1-2. So Hallmark hoping to finish this guy off. Runner on first. Looks like he may go here. He does. They send him. And it's a breaking ball in the dirt. Can't do nothing with that if you're Parker. So now the count moves to 2-2, and there's a runner in scoring position. This seems to be like the common theme. They really play really sound fundamental baseball, don't they, Noah?
Yeah, they really just put the pressure on you and make you have to play your game and kind of play their game a little bit too, because they really get to you with getting so much pressure on the base paths.
It seems like they've done a really good job, and especially last game and now this game, is knowing when to steal. And, man, that was a breaking ball count, and they executed. And with that, Hallmark gets the guy to swing. He strikes him out for out number 1. So now up to bat, number 2, John Arcaro, after Jacob Hallmark sets down Braden Gall, who's catching for the Red Storm this game. So there's one out in the top of the second. Runner on second. Hallmark comes set. Gives the guy a glance at second. Another one. Now the delivery. And just misses outside for ball 1. Hallmark needs to settle in a groove here in this inning. Getting this guy out would be big to avoid any further damage. The 1-0 pitch is driven to left center field. Looks like Darwin's going to get behind it. He's going to catch it, and then he's going to throw it into Cade Cahoon. And, man, he's got a cannon for out number 2. And now Hallmark seems to be working with efficiency.
Yeah, he's been looking good here. After that first pitch single, it kind of slowed down. That got still on him. Doesn't matter. Got him out. And 2 quick outs after that, and now he's rolling.
And rolling he is, and I like to see. You know that guy on second base isn't going to tag up and go to third and commit the cardinal rule of getting the final out at third. And, man, it seemed like it would have been a good time for Darwin to just throw it to second and almost surprise him there.
Yeah, he could have, but it's always smart just to hit your cutoff and get to the next guy.
1-0 count here against Alex Scowler, shortstop in this game. Hallmark comes set. The 1-0 pitch catches the outside corner for strike number 1. This is the first time I've ever been to the Chattanooga Lookout Stadium, and there's a great view just outside of center field, isn't there?
Oh, it's very nice out there.
Nice mountains in the background. With that, the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike number 2. But they really placed this, I mean, obviously kind of right next to the highway, but the mountainous views in the background makes for a beautiful backdrop to this baseball stadium. Hallmark comes set with a 1-2 count. And now the pitch. Strike 3 called, and that'll end the inning for Rio Grande. So what looked like could be danger comes to naught. They don't score any. The score remains 1-0 as we move into the bottom of the second. Now the bottom of the second inning is going to start off with the switch hitter, Bass Cooper, who's hitting from the left side this game. Meade, first pitch is going to miss just outside.
Yeah, last game Bass hitting from the right side and had a nice screaming double, in left center, and he's hitting from the left side this game, and I think it's probably his more powerful side.
I would definitely agree with that. Bass is an all-around good hitter, and it's rare to find a hitter who can hit so well from both sides of the plate. The count's 2-0. Bass quickly ahead. The 2-0 delivery. Bass checks. They're going to check with him. Can't really see from that angle. Doesn't go, so now it's 3-0. That's the problem with only having 2 umpires. If there's an umpire on third, that might have been a different call, Bradshaw.
Yeah, I think it probably would have been, but fortunately for us, it's going to go our way, so we'll take it.
Yeah. The 3-0 pitch, that one's not going to miss. 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Misses outside, so ball 4, and Bass draws a walk. So now to bat number 44, the 6'6 slugger from Illinois, Grant Lala. Grant, former roommate of yours, Noah.
Yeah, it was. Coming in freshman year, it was my roommate, and he's a great guy, and I think probably even a better baseball player. He's a really good baseball player.
Meade comes set, gives Bass a look, may not be necessary. Misses outside. Meade comes set with a 1-0 count. That one's going to hit the outside corner, evens the count up 1-1. I heard Grant has some nice nightly routines, like listening to sound machines to go to sleep.
Yeah, he's got a little rain machine he listens to as he goes to bed at night, which is pretty peaceful, but it's definitely different.
Little different mantras though. He was one of those guys that goes to bed early, wakes up early. You're more of a kind of go to bed late, wake up early anyway kind of guy, right?
Yeah, that's how it seemed to be last year.
The count's now 2-1. as Grant watches a couple balls there. Bass getting a pretty conservative lead ever at first. Meade comes set. Looks like they're setting up outside. Probably smart considering Grant's pop. They're going to miss inside. There's going to be a ball just barely foul. Looked like it was going to sneak over the bag, but just squeaks foul. So now the count's 2-2.
The thing about Grant, too, is, I mean, any side of the plate you throw it to, he can hit it out just how big as he is. And, you know, even dead center, he hits balls out there, and he somehow finds a way to miss a lot of the baseballs he hits out, and they still end up going over for home runs. It's just really
powerful man.
Very strong.
So the 2-2 count now. Meade delivers. Looks like it's a curveball. It hits opposite field, and there's one of those balls that he's talking about. It's going. It hits the warning track, and now Bass is going to hustle to third, and Grant now to second. And that's going to put two runners in scoring position. An absolute cranked shot. That's one of those you're talking about, Noah. It's like it doesn't even look like he gets all of it, but that ball just continues to carry.
I mean, when you got arms like that and legs like that, I mean, balls you don't hit well are still going to go, and really looked like it was going to be a routine play for the right fielder, and it just kind of kept carrying over his head and almost hit the fence in the air.
It's a great start to this inning for Bryan College. Now with, like you said, sneaky pop Daniel Dryden up to bat with two runners in scoring position. Meade may want to reassess how he's attacking this Bryan lineup. They seem to be on him this inning. Meade delivers the first pitch, called strike. He has done a good job of getting ahead in counts, though. I will say that. Dryden digs in. 0-1 count. Meade comes set. The 0-1 pitch is swung on, driven in the 6 hole. One's going to score, and it looks like Grant's going to hold up at third for an RBI single by Dryden. Huge hit right there for the Lions, Noah.
Yeah, it's really big. Exactly what we needed and what we didn't really get a lot of last game. Runners in scoring position, and we just didn't really find a way to get him in and get him over it all. And starting off early this game.
Yeah, last game, it seemed like we left. I would like to know how many we left on base last game. It seemed like almost everyone or every inning there was a leadoff double or leadoff single, and those guys ended up not scoring. But we capitalized here. We got one run in so far. Runners at first and third with no outs in the bottom of the second, and Meade may find himself in trouble. Kiko Garcia, powerful hitter up to bat. They're picking off at first, probably a smart move. Dryden's a dangerous base runner. Got to keep your eye on him. Wouldn't be surprised if Dryden eventually takes off during this at-bat. The guy loves to steal. I would look for him to have probably the most stolen bases this year. Not only is he fast, but he's just an all-around good base runner. And that one's going to miss, and that one's probably going to score Grant, and it does. So it appeared to be like ball one. Ends up getting away from the catcher. This is not the same catcher we had in the game one. And it scores another one. So now we have two runs in the bottom of the second with Dryden now in scoring position himself with Kiko facing a 1-0 count.
It's kind of the same way as it played out in the first game. They jumped on us early, but we came back and outscored them in the bottom of the inning, and it kind of looks like they're doing the same here as they jumped on us first, and now we're going to come back at them.
Let's see if Kiko can deliver the haymaker here. He's going to bunt. And they're going to back pick to Dryden and almost gets away from the shortstop. So now it's 2-0. Looks like Kiko was going to offer it the bunt there. No, but he pulled back. What do you think Mac's thinking there?
Maybe catch him off guard. I'm not really sure about that one. I mean, you got speedy guy on third. Nice to get him over to third. But, I mean, Kiko could easily put the ball in the gap or over the wall here. And then he got 2 runs or at least 1.
Now Kiko digs in for the 2-0 count. It's definitely a hitter's count here. I expect a fastball. Pitcher looks back Dryden to second base. And now he toes the rubber once again. Meade comes set the 2-0. Didn't look like there was much of a pause there, but no balk called anyway. call that ball 3?
It did.
I thought that was a strike.
It looked like it was right down the middle.
I didn't even say anything. I thought it was perfect. So now it's 3-0 somehow. Kiko digs in. He may have the green light here, Noah. He didn't, and that was definitely right down the middle. So now 3-1. Still no outs in the bottom of the second. Bryan has a great opportunity to cause some real damage here in this half of the inning. Three and one here. Meade is looking at Dryden intently. And that one's going to catch the inside part of the plate. It looked a little off, but pretty good pitcher's pitch there.
It was a good pitch, but also a good job by Kiko not swinging at it. It's not exactly a hitter's pitch, so I mean, I'll take the 3-2 count on that one, and maybe Kiko can get him something right here.
Yeah, as a hitter, you almost just got to kind of take that one on the chin and move on and try to attack this next pitch. 3-2 pitch here is on its way. Kiko fights it off behind him. Foul ball. Keeps the count at 3-2. Kiko digs in once again on the 3-2 count. Meade comes set. Looks at Dryden. Delivers a pitch. Kiko swings on one. It's driven down the left field line. And just foul, man. That would have been huge for the Lions there, Noah.
Yeah, that easily scores another run there and puts them up 3-1. And you know, got a guy on the bases still, but unfortunately didn't pan out that way. See if Kiko can do it again, maybe get this one fair.
Not only would that have scored one, but that probably would have replaced Dryden at second with Kiko himself if that one squeaked fair. But now it's 3-2. And that one's going to miss low and out, so he walks him anyway. So that puts runners at first and second with still no outs. Looks like we're going to have a mound visit. We'll take a quick break and get back with you soon. After that mound visit, we're back. Still no outs in the bottom of the second. Two have already scored and two are on. Dante Morton, true freshman, up to bat from Calhoun, Georgia. Meade looks back. Dryden, I tell you, I've pitched with Dryden on base. He's probably the least favorite base runner I've ever pitched against, really. Always keeps you guessing. He's bouncing around out there. Hard to keep close. The 0 pitch. Dante squares the bunt, pops it foul. So now it's going to be 0-1. Really lucky there that went foul and hit the screen. I think I've seen Bryan attempt to bunt more in these last two games than I have maybe my whole career here at Bryan, the last 2.5 years. So,
and if you look at the lineup too, I mean, last year we didn't really have guys you wanted to bunt. I mean, Grant Lawless sometimes is sitting at an 8-hole, and you're not going to bunt him any. So,
right, yeah, and that's a sign of good coaching, really, adapting to your lineup and using what you got to your advantage. And Dante's a speedy guy, so bunting him's really, I mean, not a bad idea at all. The first base is crashing, and then Dante squares the bunt. He pulls back, and I thought that was strike two, but called ball. 1-1. Meade last year had an 0-4 record with a 7.52 ERA, so hopefully can improve those numbers this year if you're Rio Grande. Only pitched in 4 games last year, so must have had some guys graduate. Moved up to the number 2 role this year for Rio. The count's now 1-2 after another foul ball. 1-2 pitch on its way. And Dante kind of backs up as it catches the outside part of the plate. Might have fooled him there a little bit, Noah.
Yeah, that ball would be a little bit outside, but, I mean, Dante got caught on that last game as well, so, I mean, who knows?
So with that, we now have one out with Cade Cahoon up to bat. Shortstop from Michigan is coming in here ready to make a difference early on in this season. Meade comes set. Doesn't look at Dryden. The ball's low and blocked up nicely by the catcher. Braden Gall, we didn't see much of him. We hadn't seen any of them up until this game. And, you know, they had a different catcher in Nate McVeigh last game. And, you know, Bryan, I know, has the luxury of having many catchers, but we have Parker back there, and he's very trusty. It's someone that you can trust. It's someone who does well. And with that, Dryden sneaks over to third as Gall blocked it nicely. But, man, Dryden will take advantage of you any time that ball's in the dirt. Like I was saying, Dryden is a dangerous base runner. And one that's not only hard to keep close, but he is going to take advantage anytime that ball is in the dirt, anytime you're taking long or you have a predictable timing in your stretch. So now it makes it first and third, and it makes it a little easier to score this guy. Of course, now the double play is also a possibility for Rio to get out of this inning. This may be one of those other bunt opportunities if you're Bryan, Noah.
I mean, it could be, but I mean, I think Cade swung the bat well last game, so I'd probably just let him keep swinging here.
Cade squares around to bunt. He gets it down, but it's foul. So they tried to bunt, but it didn't succeed. You know, bunting, if it's going to be a part of our game, it may have to find its way more into our practice schedule, Noah.
Yeah, I mean, it might need to be. I mean, seem to be bunting a lot more this game than we really usually do, and I don't think we really work on that too much here in practices at all.
So now it's 2-1. Still one out. Quick pickoff move over to first. Pico slides in safely, though. Meade hoping to limit the damage for the Red Storm. Of course, the Lions hoping to continue pressing their foot on the gas pedal. Meade picks off once again to Kiko, but he dives back safely once again. Meade comes set, the 2-1. Delivers a 2-1 pitch. Almost hits Cahoon in the noggin. Watch out, Cahoon. Moves it to 3-1. First and third, 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. In the bottom of the second. And that one's going to find the strike zone. Makes the count 3-2. Now it's 3-2. Still runners at first and third. Cahoon digs in. He hits a ground ball to third, and they're going to go home with it. There's a play at the plate, but he's safe at home. Dryden, I'm telling you, is a great base runner. He immediately takes off, and that puts Bryan up now 3-1 as he slides in safely at the plate.
That's really big right there, and you get the out there, kind of gives a little bit of momentum, but we don't get the out there, and run scores, and you got top of the lineup coming up, and Parker Crosby coming up here, and really can make a difference in this game right here.
At this point in the game, it was 2-1, Noah, and it was a really routine play to the third baseman. He goes on to first. There's a guy at second with 2 outs. Obviously, better circumstances than first and second with 1 out. So you think that was a bonehead decision for him to go home there?
I think it was more just an aggressive decision, just trying to make a play, if throws on target, he's probably got him, but it seemed to be a little bit right, and so unfortunately didn't get him there. So, not the worst mistake or play you could have made, but it was interesting.
If you're the Red Storm, luckily you do have force outs anywhere still, but now the count's 2-0 to a dangerous hitter in Parker Crosby. Meade's going to have to settle in, much like Carter did, if he wants to stick around with this elusive and dangerous Bryan College lineup. Parker with the big leg kick. He drives one to left field. It sends the left fielder back into the gap, but it's going to be caught for out number 2. Man, he really tracked that one down, Noah.
Yeah, no, it was really good swing there by Parker, and he really kind of roped that ball. It's just super deep out there, and they got some good outfielders at tracking the balls down.
Yeah, that's one thing that they seem to maybe have a little bit of advantage on us is defensive outfield play. And that's just, it's almost just that double curse of having such good hitters. You have to get them in the lineup, but inexperienced outfielders. It can be a good problem to have, but defensively, Grande has done a good job thus far. Meade comes set with 2 outs, runners first and second. And now the powerful Darwin Gregg up to bat. No, I'm feeling a home run here. It's my prediction.
It would be nice to have one of those right now.
Gregg has been all over the ball here recently, and I have a feeling he's going to be all over it again. It's cold, man. He puts a charge into one. It's back, but it's going to be foul and nearly onto the highway next to us. Wow, I literally think that went off the interstate pole down there. He crushed that ball.
Well, we don't want to miss inside to him again.
I think Meade will probably be a little more cautious the next time. So now it's 1-1 after that very long strike. And Meade hits him. And Darwin doesn't seem to like that. The umpire was going to try to get in between. Oh, my! As the umpire and the catcher throw the ball at the same time and about knock Meade out. I think the umpire got a little rattled there as he thought that Darwin was going to charge the pitcher, but it looks like the field umpire is talking to him as well. I can't tell what was said, but there might have been some John going down between the two players there. If there was any contentious situation, the umpire fizzled it out by throwing the ball at the same time as the catcher did, about knocked his pitcher out. So now there's 2 outs and the bases are loaded for Bradley Prince. Meade comes set, delivers a pitch. It's going to be about a 50-foot breaking ball, nicely blocked by the catcher, Braden Gall. Prince digs in with the bases loaded. Strike one, hits the outside corner. Makes the count 1-1.
Usually a little Prince in between the hole right here, between first and second, get another run, maybe two in right here. Anything helps.
Absolutely. 3-1 thus far. He could really open things up with a base hit right here, though. He watches ball two go by him, a little high and tight. So 2-1 with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Seems like we've been in this inning for a while now. Meade delivers. Prince watches. They're going to backpick with Kiko and almost throws it away. Third baseman made a really good play. Arcaro there saves a run.
It could have been potentially pretty disastrous there. The ball gets by Kiko, easily scores, and you got a guy moving up to second and third.
You know, the thing is, if that ball gets by him, you got a fast runner behind Kiko. Cahoon. That might have scored 2 if that got away. Nonetheless, we're back here with 3-1. Bradley Prince digging in. And Meade doesn't like the signs he's getting from the catcher. He steps off. Bases loaded, 3-1. No place to put him. The 3-1 pitch going to miss high and tight, and he's going to walk a run in, making it 4-1. You have to wonder at what point do you not allow this guy to cause further damage? I mean, he's giving up 4 runs in the second inning, and you know, we saw Trey Carter also give 4 runs up in one inning. He seemed to get into a groove, but you can't allow him to much more time to find that groove, can you, Noah?
No, because I don't think we're going to blow to the lead like that again. I think our pitching staff's going to pitch pretty good this game, and offense is going to take care of business, and you don't really want us to get too far ahead because we'll run away with it real quick.
The cleanup batter, Bass Cooper, as we mentioned, the switch hitting powerful hitter, digs in now. And Bass calls time. He's wondering, like, what the heck is going on? It seems like this pitcher's not getting the signs or something. Digs in once again. Let's try it again, Noah. Bases loaded. 0-0 count. 2 down. That ball's going to miss outside. Makes it 1-0.
This has potential to get really out of hand here. As Bass Cooper coming up could do some serious damage, and along with Grant Lawler coming up right after him to clean up what Bass leaves behind.
The curveball, looks like the pitcher didn't finish there. 1-0 misses, makes it 2-0. I just noticed, Noah, that the visiting bullpen is basically still in left center field. If you guys saw it, well, with that, Bass is going to drive one to left field, but it's going to be caught and making it out number 3. But as I was trying to say, the bullpen's out there in left field, so we had guys running all the way across the field just to warm up, which probably makes it tough as the away team. But with that, 4 runs scored in the bottom of the second, puts Bryan on top, 4-1. We'll be back. So we're back in the top of the third. And the umpire's signaling to the PA crew. Come on, Danny. You wanted your shout out. Here it is. Get that music cut off, son. Tanner Moylan now in the pitch. The Chat State transfer. Big lefty here in from Chat State. He looks to be making a difference here already. I think the coach is planning to use him pretty frequently. A.J. Thomas, the leadoff hitter, up to bat, and quickly finds himself an 0-2 hole after a foul ball and a fastball right down the pipe. One thing I think Tanner really does well is he throws a very nice changeup. The 0-2 pitch, and swung on and missed and made Thomas look silly for the first time in the past 2 games.
Yeah, that right there is pretty big. I mean, look at the swings that guy's had against us today, and then that right there. I mean, Moylan must be a really good pitcher. We haven't really got to see him much because he's a transfer, so.
Clayton Sorrell now digs in to the plate. And Moylan throws strike 1. Looks like his ball has a lot of movement on it, Bradshaw.
Yeah, he looks really effective out there right now so far.
The 0-1 pitch, he's working quickly. Gonna miss just low. He's got mid-80s velo. He's a lefty. Good breaking stuff and a great changeup. The 1-1 pitch, he's going to be called swinging there, so now it's 1-2. Man, he works quick. When he gets the ball, he is ready to throw another one. I like pitchers who work efficiently and with good tempo. He does exactly that. 1-2 pitch, it's going to be a curveball swung on and flared out to right field and just barely foul. Counts 1-2. Sorrell digs in and Moylan ready to go, rockin' fire. The 1-2 misses low and in, makes it 2-2. Moylan toes the rubber and winds it up and delivers. Swung on and hit fairly deep to the right center field. Grant's put a run on it. Darwin puts a run on it. It gets kicked around. Sorrell's rounding second, heading to third. Dante gets it from the cutoff. And another triple for the Rio Grande Red Storm. That ball really hung up there. I thought it was going to get caught for a second there, Noah.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I mean, it looked like Law was going to get to it, then it kind of kept going, just got out of reach.
Big hit there for the Red Storm as it kind of breaks up Tanner Moylan's efficiency there. But nothing hurt yet. Man on third with 1 out. Number 10, Gavin Lovsky up to bat now. Lovsky shoots one up the middle. Dante's going to make a play on it. Throws it to first for out number 2. But with that, 1 run scores, making it 4-2. So now number 24, Ryan Wheeler, the designated hitter for this game, is up to bat. Didn't see him in last game. He swings and misses here. Count is 0-1. 2 down, and Moylan's able to work from the stretch again. Remember, this is the machine, so Moylan is that kind of get you over 1 inning guy before they go to someone who's going to extend for the rest of the game. Strike 2 was called there on a questionable pitch on the outside corner, moves the count to 0-2 with 2 outs. Moylan delivers. It's hit sharply to the second baseman, but Dante handles it well for out number 3. We're back here in the bottom of the third inning with the powerful hitter and the former roommate of Noah Bradshaw, my colleague here, Grant Lala, up to bat. First pitch swung on and fouled off of Grant Lala's leg. Going to make it 0-1. Something I've noticed from Grant the past 2 years is he can really hit the ball anywhere. He'll pull it down the line. He can hit it opposite field for power. He's one of those guys that you really just you hope the best when you throw the ball to him. That ball is just outside, 1-1.
Well, last year, I think, he had 5 home runs on the year, and I really think only one of them was really a pull-side home run. I think most of them were middle and backside home runs that he hit.
Yeah, absolutely. He had the third best average last year, only behind Tyler Scott, who is now the GA at Bryan, and Bass Cooper. Lala hit for an impressive 325 clip with 4 doubles and 5 home runs and 25 runs batted in. The count moves to 2-1, and that pitch is fouled deep into the stands. Makes it 2-2. Grant hoping to lead us off here. Faces the 2-2 count. Trey Meade still working. The 2-2 pitch swung on and driven to left center field. The center fielder takes a pretty good angle on it, but that's going to be good enough for a single. So another leadoff hit. Seems pretty common for the Bryan Lions. Let's see if they can keep something going here in this inning, Noah.
Yeah, we got Dryden up, and Lala swinging the stick pretty good today so far, and looks like they're going to pitch run for him now.
Interesting move there. They throw in Anthony Tejada. Tejada, interesting story. Like I mentioned before, he was the guy who started the first game. He's from the Dominican Republic, came in as a shortstop, and obviously had a cannon of an arm. They moved him to pitcher last year, so last year's is really first year pitching, and that's really what he's been working on. He put the bat down, doesn't field anymore, but he is in here to pinch run for Grant Lala. Meade working to Dryden. Misses with a breaking ball outside. Lala's 2 for 2 this game, Bradshaw. He's had an impressive game so far.
And 2 really good shots, too. That last one was just a straight shot right up the middle.
And the one before that, he really sat back on it and drove it to right field. This he's a good hitter. He's going to hit it where it's pitched, and that's what Tony Gwynn would say is the definition of a hitter, hitting the ball where it's pitched. The count's 1-1 against Daniel Dryden. Meade taking his time. Tejada not too big of a lead. Dryden watches ball too. Just knowing Dryden, I'm really surprised he didn't step out there. Meade was taking a while to get going there. The 2-1 pitch. It's going to be low, and it's going to squeak by the catcher. And Tejada is on his way to third. Oh, there's going to be a play at third, and the aggressive base running is not going to pay off. Man. So Tejada was on first there and tried to make it all the way to third there, Noah.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness. Just didn't really pan out right there, and kind of hate to see your first out come at third after a leadoff single.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is it seems like Bryan has just made those mistakes. You had Cahoon the first game not get to third on that sac bunt, or the what was supposed to be a sac bunt. And then there you could have had a guy at second with no outs and a hitter's count. But it doesn't happen. And Dryden's going to take advantage, though. He's going to drive one to right center field. That's going to be tracked down by the center fielder. I thought he put a bigger charge in that one than he actually did. But there's 2 outs here. And base running mistakes will kill you, though. You add it up to it, and they'll make you lose a ball game. Hopefully we don't find that out again this time around. But now Kiko Garcia is going to dig in to the box. Looks like they're playing a fairly straight up here. And that one's going to be about another 50-foot breaking ball. Off the catcher's shoulder for ball one. Mead, the 1-0 pitch. Kiko swings on it. And it's going to be fouled off down the right field line. Kind of looked like that ball snuck up on him there, Noah.
Yeah, a little inside-out swing kind of looked like right there.
Kiko digs in once again. Mead with the 1-1 delivery. Swung on and missed for strike two. Kiko hoping to keep this inning alive here. Now the 1-2 count. Looks like a breaking ball is going to miss low and in. Evens the count up at 2. Mead with the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike three. So after a leadoff hit, Bryan fails to scratch across a run. Seems pretty typical today. But hopefully we can change that moving forward. We'll be moving into the fourth inning. And knowing how the machine works as far as pitching goes, we'll probably be seeing someone new. I was proven wrong here as we enter the top of the fourth inning. I thought, just knowing how we usually approach pitching, that someone else would be in, but they're going to stick with Moylan. He seemed to be on last inning, so why not stick with him, Noah?
I agree. Don't take him out now. We did that last game with Price and ended up paying the price for it.
I like what you did there, paying the price for it.
Yep. Also, Grant Law is out of the game now, as he has been replaced in right field.
Strike one, now 1-1. Yeah, and we saw where Tejada came in to run for him, but I guess I just considered that was going to be where Grant would re-enter into the outfield. But I'm thinking their thinking is probably it's just somewhat of a defensive liability out there. Grant's gotten his 2 hits for the game. Let's put someone out there who can track balls down better than that. It's nothing against Grant. He's a great all-around player. He doesn't play outfield as his primary position. That's strike 3 from Moylan. Sits that guy down quickly. But it's hard to manage that, and it's something that our coaches will have to do and have to deal with for the remainder of this year. Is just having that amount of hitters in the lineup and what to do with them defensively. So I guarantee you'll see as the season goes on, a lot of shuffling around when it comes to lineup and defensive changes and things such as that. Mullen's working well as that 0-0 pitch is fouled off down the third base line. And no, I was talking to Tyler Roper, grad assistant, after the game, and I was saying, as a pitcher, I know that I only have my A stuff every so often. So when you have someone out there who has his A stuff, why pull him? And it seemed like Price last game had his A stuff, and it's just kind of the only flaw of that machine. It keeps guys fresh coming in, but you may be taking someone out that is on their game that day. But with that, it's driven to right field, and Tejada will have his first defensive opportunity. He's got a good arm. I wouldn't run on him. But a good hit there in the 4-hole. So after the good hit by Colt Brennan, Braden Gall, number 39, the catcher in this game, is up to bat with one down. A double play would be pretty nice here, Noah.
Yeah, it would be what you want right here. Let's see if we can get it.
Moylan picks off. Just kind of keep him honest over there. But we saw the difference in coaching philosophy in the last two games. You had Trey Carter, who gave up that 4 spot in the first inning, but their coach stuck with them the entire game. And then you had us, who was kind of running that machine where you're at least pitching 3 pitchers, and it's just a difference in philosophy. One's a little more new age than the other. And sometimes it pans out, sometimes it doesn't. It's just kind of the reality of the situation. The 1-1 count, Moylan is going to keep him honest once again, but about throws it away. Good snag there by Bass. Moylan comes set in the 1-1. Going to keep him honest once again. Moylan comes set in 1-1. He finally delivers one to the plate, and Gall's going to foul one off behind him, bringing the count to 1-2. Moylan now having a 1-2 count. Pitcher's count here, facing the catcher Braden Gall, with Brennan over there at first, getting a hefty lead. The 1-2 pitch, he worked him inside and misses. Barely misses the plate and barely misses Gall. Gall digs in. Moylan delivers. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled off behind home plate. The count remains 2-2. I tell you what, me and Bradshaw, we had some KFC between innings, and man, it's been a while since I've had it, but it filled the belly, and it was good. But that Gall is going to shoot one down left field line. It's just going to barely be foul. Bryan got away with one there, and Moylan's still going to be facing that 2-2 count. I'll tell you what I like about KFC so much, though, Noah, is their coleslaw. I'm not a big coleslaw fan, but KFC's got some good stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Moylan comes set, gives the runner a look, and it's going to be ball 3 in the dirt. Looks like a breaking ball just missed. You know what a great friend Cole Miller is, bringing us the goods in between innings and helping a friend out. Really appreciate that guy. Moylan 3-2 count. He's going to keep Brennan honest over there at first once again. 3-2 count once again. He's going to miss with this one. So that puts 2 runners on with only 1 out. And it also brings to the plate number 2, third baseman John Acaro. Of course, what's happening right now is the argument, for the machine is when you have what you may consider your 1-inning guy when he goes into the second inning and he starts to struggle. And that's weird how pitching can be like that, is you have some guys who are just made for 1 inning. And I don't know exactly if Moylan is that kind of guy, but it is kind of weird how that works sometimes. Count moves into 0-1 after a first pitch strike there. Moylan gives Brennan a look at second. He's kept an eye on him pretty closely. Man, good breaking ball there. Fouled off by Acaro. Moves the count to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes, 1 out here in the top of the 4th. Moylan comes set. The lefty delivers. Swung on and popped up down the right field line. It's going to be fouled off into the net over there. So Moylan having to work hard here. Still, no balls and 2 strikes. Gets the sign from Parker, likes what he sees, comes set. And the delivery. Going to barely miss outside, moves the count to 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Moylan delivers. So he's shot out over there toward the first base side. And Bass can't get to it. And he looked like he was pretty close to the ball. He just kind of let Ryo's bench get it anyway. So that foul ball keeps the count at 1-2. Still 2 runners on and still only 1 out. Caro is fouling some pitches off here. The lefty delivers. It's going to be ball 2 in the dirt. Parker's going to throw one to second and almost has him. Heads up play by Parker and almost pans out. But the dirt ball read moves runners into scoring position at second and third. Do you begin to worry here if you're Bryan? You got a guy who's the kind of gets you over guy in this machine, and now he's facing runners at second and third with only 1 out?
I think if he gets this guy out here, he'll be fine. I mean, if you walk him, then he probably do start to get a little worried about him losing control of the inning and kind of losing that lead as well. Yeah,
that's kind of my main concern, is the potential of losing that lead. Last time it was taken from us in the last game, we never got it back. So if the 3-2 pitch, it's going to miss low and inside, and that's going to load the bases with only 1 out. I wonder if a mound visit is on its way. There's someone down there at the bullpen talking. Maybe, are you ready? You ready to go? That's one of those hard coaching decisions. It's hard to know what to do right here.
Yeah.
You stick with this guy, let him try to figure it out, or do you go with someone else and see if they can handle it a little better?
It's like right now they're going to just stick it out and see what he can do.
Moylan working from the windup. Oh, pitch on for a strike. That's a good start there. Taking it 1 strike at a time. Moylan, the delivery. He's going to get strike 2 on the outside corner. Looked a little bit off, but favorable call there for Moylan. Moves the count to 0-2. Moylan with the delivery. He's going to miss low and outside that time. Now 1-2. Now he's working with that pace that seems so familiar to his game. The big lefty delivery. The batter almost offered at it. They appeal, but no swing, says the umpire. Moylan working from the windup. Of course, that gives the runners an opportunity to get a big head start on their secondaries. Fouled off there by number 8, Alex Scholar. 2-2 count. Mullen delivers. Strike 3 called on the outer half of the plate, and that is huge for the Lions. How big of a pitch is that, Noah? You have the bases loaded with 1 out, and, I mean, you got number 1 on deck. That pitch is huge, right?
It is, and you still got to limit the damage here because he can unload these bases with 1 swing of the bat, as we saw that last game. And
yeah.
Definitely got to be careful here.
Yeah, you do. Mullen delivers. Swung on and missed there. And he's got a big swing, Noah.
Yeah, he's got a very healthy hack, and if he gets a hold of the ball, that thing's going to go a long way very quick.
Yeah, it will. A.J. Thomas has appeared to be the most dangerous hitter in this lineup. Mullen delivers. Misses high and out. Makes the count 1-1. Mullen delivers again. He catches the lower half of the zone that time. Brings the count now to 1-2. Man, this is a huge turning point. Whichever way this goes could change the game. 1-2 count. 2 down. Bases loaded. Mullen delivers a huge strikeout there for the Lions. Bases loaded, and they get their best hitter out. Huge pitch there for Tanner Moylan, and Coach Matt greets him with a fist bump coming into the dugout. And that is going to leave the bases loaded for Rio Grande. No runs scored in the top of the 4th. We'll see you back again in the bottom of the inning. Now to lead things off here in the bottom of the 4th as we get started here once again here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, is Dante Morton. Temperatures dropping here as the sun goes down, Noah.
Yeah, starting to get a little colder here.
Dante's going to flare one out to the first baseman. He makes a play on it, but he bobbles it. Dante's quick. He might make it there, and he does. Wow, what does speed do for a team? That's exactly what it does.
Yeah, something as little as that can get an inning started off and really just get an inning going. I mean, it's a little dinky little hit right there, and somehow it gets on and, flip the lineup over after this, after Cade hits here, and might have something going for us.
Yeah, and it was almost just kind of a knuckler out to the first baseman. He flipped it up with his glove and lost a handle on it. And then once he flipped it to the pitcher, it was too late. This kid is fast, Dante Morton. So now we got Cade Cahoon up to bat. Dante on first, and he is a base-running threat, let me tell you. You might want to keep him close, Meade. He delivers. And nicely blocked by Gall. Dante back to first. 1-0. Dante gets a healthy lead, doesn't he, Noah?
He does get a pretty good lead, and I'm sure for a guy like him, he can get back pretty easy, though.
Yeah. I'll test him there, and then throws it away. And Dante's at least going to get second. He may try for third, and I think they might have learned their lesson the first time, trying to stretch one base into two. But after that throwaway pickoff move, it puts Dante Morton in scoring position with a 1-0 count facing Cade Cahoon. So Meade trying to settle back in after throwing away that pickoff move. Now Dante at second. Still wouldn't put it past him to try to steal here, especially with a righty hitter, Noah. Cade squaring around to bunt. And Meade's going to keep Dante close instead. And now the catcher giving out signs. I imagine probably bunt signs. Bunt coverage signs. Still 1-0. Cahoon settling in to the box. Meade comes set. Looks like the shortstop is going to come over there. A little flash to the leather, and pitcher steps off, and Dante scampers back. So now more signs being called out by the catcher. Still 1-0. Let's try it again here. Meade delivers. Cahoon squares around the bunt, but he pulls back before ball two reaches the plate. And Cade's going to square around again. He's going to get it down. It's going to be right to the pitcher. And he keeps an eye on him. He pulls it back, but he throws it away. And now Dante's heading home. What was only supposed to be a sac bunt turns into the pitcher throwing it away after checking on Dante. He throws it up the line, and another run scores for the Lions. Cahoon got the bunt down, but it was right back to the pitcher, which gave the pitcher really the opportunity to check on the runner. He checked on the runner, threw it to first, and right when he threw it, Dante took off, and then he threw it away. And really his second throwing error, if you consider the pickoff move that he threw away as well. But it looks like the Red Storm are making a pitching change here. So Meade's done after, 3+ innings? He didn't get any outs in this fourth inning. And they'll bring in someone in. We'll be back. Well, now on the pitch for the Red Storm is Reed Schultz, redshirt freshman. And now the top of the order flips over, and I imagine that's why they made that pitching change, Noah, is they didn't want me to see the top of the lineup again.
Yeah, I don't think I would either. They were hitting him pretty well.
Cosby watches strike one go by. That was a questionable call there. Strike one nonetheless. Cahoon gets a lead off at first. Schultz looking in to Gall for the sign. He gets it, comes set, delivers a pitch. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled off, making it 0-2. And 2, and Schultz looks over at Cahoon and picks off. Nothing happening there, though, as he dives in safely.
This seemed to be a team really concerned about the base runners. It's been like a theme throughout the days to step off or pick off.
Yeah, it really has. Schultz delivers the 0-2 pitch, going to miss high. Brings the count to 1-2. Cahoon takes off. Parker puts a swing on one. It looks like it's going to be flared out between left field and the shortstop. Shortstop makes a play on it, and Cahoon scampers back to first. So Cosby's put the ball into play quite a few times, but I don't think he's ended up with a hit the past 2 games, has he?
I think he got one in the first game up the middle.
Maybe he did.
But he has put a few good swings on today. Just hadn't been able to find a hole yet.
Now the Curacao All-Star Darwin Gregg up to bat. I cannot stress to you guys how dangerous of a hitter this guy is. And it was a balk. Okay, I was wondering what might have happened there, but I saw the umpire motion for Cahoon to go to second, so no pitch there. I'm guessing he didn't come set. So now Cahoon on second, only 1 out, and Darwin Gregg up to bat. Oh, pitch. Looked a little outside, but called strike 1 anyway. It's not one you can do much with, is it, Noah?
No, a little bit outside. Probably a little almost poked that one out there, if anything, really.
So 0-1, 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 4th. Cahoon with a healthy lead at second. Darwin puts a good swing on one, but it's going to foul it off back behind home plate. So now 0-2, 1 out. I remember when Darwin came in. He came in middle of the year, and he bumped down to JV for a game to just kind of get some more at-bats. And, I mean, he absolutely crushed a ball. And I knew then, I was like, this dude has some potential to be a huge hitter. And he proved to be big for the Lions last year, getting double-digit home runs. And I would almost venture to say that he may lead the team in that category this year as he fouls one off back behind home plate. The count stays at 0-2. Schultz finally comes set, delivers, and another foul ball. Putting him to the test here. You think maybe Darwin's looking for something besides fastball here? Seems like he's been a little late on those fastballs here recently.
I think he's probably expecting an off-speed pitch. Just hadn't got it yet, but sooner or later he's going to find something he's going to catch up to and put a charge into it.
It's maybe one of those situations where you just keep expecting breaking ball and he never throws it. And then by the time you're expecting fastball, he finally throws a breaking ball. The 0-2 pitch on its way. Still stays fastball and fouled off once again. I think this is where Schultz needs to go to the breaking ball. He's gone 4 straight fastballs in a row, I think. Maybe one more But the thing is, if you throw a ball, then it really gives it away that you're going to throw breaking ball. So I think if you can throw it, an effective breaking ball here, that's your best way to get Greg out. The 0-2 pitch. Oh, he snuck a fastball by him and proving me wrong, but I think that might have been a little inside. I don't know that Darwin could have done much with that pitch, but sits him down nonetheless, and now there's 2 outs. Seems like this umpire's strike zone is even a little bit wider than the first game umpire. Bradley Prince up to bat now with 2 down in the bottom of the 4th. And another balk. Brings Cade to third. This guy really, if he does come set, it's for a very short amount of time. So you think you'd get the memo at this point and maybe stay paused for a little longer. But I wouldn't mind if he didn't. Balk or run in. I'll take what we can get. Prince fouls one off behind him. Counts now 0-1. The Lookout Stadium is pretty unique. They have this kind of rubber track material all around the outer parts of the field. I've never seen that before. Have you, Noah?
I don't think I have. I don't think I've seen that anywhere else.
Prince almost takes that pitch off the hip, but barely misses him. Now 1-1. I mean, if you look at it from far away, it kind of looks like dirt, but it's not. 1-1. Prince puts a swing on one. It's going to be a lazy fly ball out to the left fielder. Thomas catches it for out number 3, but not before Bryan squeaks across another run. They take the lead and extend it to 5-2. Now into pitch. Classified as a freshman from Iowa Lakes Community College and originally from Alaska. Jacob Gilbert. Probably hoping to be the last cog in the machine here. Comes in the top of the fifth, throws first pitch ball. And that one was called outside. That has been a strike all night, though. So now 2-0. Gilbert delivers. Swung on it, hit pretty sharply to Dante at second. He throws it on to first to Bass for out number 1. So Clayton Sorrell, who I believe was 2 for 2, going into the at-bat, grounds out to second for out number 1. So Jacob Gilbert, or better known as Gilby, delivering quickly. You can kind of tell this guy's from Alaska just by the lack of sleeves on his arms.
Yeah, definitely. He's always walking around school with not much covering his arms or anything while we're all bundled up.
45 degrees is nothing. It's a summer day in Alaska. Count now 1-0. It's going to miss again outside. Makes it 2-0. Gavin Lufsky up to bat now for Grande Red Storm. Lufsky's going to foul one off toward the press box for strike number 1. Not many fans here today. No, I figured there'd be more considering that it was kind of at the Lookout Stadium, but there's really not too many to note. As Gilby gets strike 2 there.
Not many travelers out there.
Gilby has Lufsky 2-2. The delivery. Lufsky's going to poke one out to right field. Tejada makes a move on it for out number 1. What used to be Grant Lala out there, now replaced by Anthony Tejada. Tejada's got some action out there thus far. I guess we'll see what the coaches do with him though on the next half of the inning. As far as whether they're going to hit him or pinch hit for him or what, I'm kind of interested to see.
You could see a Will Cantrell come up to hit possibly. Another sub out there maybe.
Yeah, maybe so. Gilby misses high. Now it's 1-0. I know Alex Rollins is a pretty good defender as well. They may end up pinch hitting and then moving him defensively out there.
I did forget about him.
And his brother, Andrew Rollins, he's a freshman, one of the oldest guys on the team. He served our great country in the Army National Guard. He's a pretty good hitter. Strike 2 on the outside corner. In fact, Andrew, better known as Sarge, was one of our best hitters this fall. Wouldn't be surprised if you find him in some pinch hitting situations this year. I think he's definitely earned that title as someone to be considered. Now 1-2. Gilby's delivery. It's going to be outside and foul it off. Keeps the count at 1-2. DH Ryan Wheeler hasn't done anything today thus far. And Gilby breaks one off there, just low and inside. Moves the count even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Ryan Wheeler puts a charge in that one to right field, but it's kind of right at Tejada, but he misses it. He misses it. Now Tejada's going to get it in quickly to second base. There's going to be a play there, and he is safe. So what appeared to be a routine fly ball turns into a dropped fly ball out in right field. It doesn't look like Bryan can catch a break out there in right field today, Noah.
No, that ball was weird. It was line drive. It kind of hung up a little bit, and those are tough to judge. But Usually you got to make those plays. Unfortunately, didn't that time, and at least he kept it from going to the wall. But that could have been even more trouble.
Yeah, definitely got it in quickly, and that for sure helped. But as a pitcher, you definitely want those plays to happen. And by no means are they easy, but you got to have those. So still 2 outs. But now to bats Darius Jordan, the center fielder. He watches strike 1 blow by him, making it 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, and a runner in scoring position for the Rio Grande Red Storm. Gilby comes set, gives Wheeler a look, and delivers a strike on the outside corner, making it 0-2. So way ahead here. Do you stick with the fastball or do you go breaking ball here, Noah?
Fastball seemed to work better for him so far, so I'd probably go back with that.
Gilby giving Wheeler a look before he comes set. Now he comes set. A little pause. Went breaking ball and missed. So now 1-2. I know Coach Mack Hughes typically calls the pitches, but it kind of looked like he gave freedom there for Parker to call what he wanted. So we'll see what happens here. The 1-2 pitch is on its way. Looks like a fastball. It's going to be a ground ball to shortstop. Kate Cahoon bobbles it, but picks it up nicely. A play at first, and he's called safe. A real hustle play there by the quick center fielder, Darius Jordan. And we've seen his speed out in the outfield, but we haven't got much of a chance to see it on the base pass today until then.
A little bobble right there will kind of hurt, though. If he doesn't bobble it right there and gets it cleanly, probably gets him out right there.
It was kind of weird. It looked like the ball was going to take a funky hop, but it really didn't. And as Cahoon was trying to transfer it, it's kind of like the ball flicked up out of his glove, and then he caught it and then threw it. But, yeah, like you said, I think if that doesn't happen, he probably gets the out there. That was a bang-bang play at first base. So still 2 outs. Runners on first and third now. Gilby with the slide step is going to be fouled off by Cole Brennan back behind home plate, making the count 0-1. Gilby's pitched well this inning. Just caught a couple bad breaks, really. 2 errors by his field. Runners moving. Brendan fouls one off into the mask of Parker Cosby. And Cosby may need a second. So Cole Brennan is down 0-2. Gilby hoping to finish him off here. Student assistant Corey Reinhardt giving some directions to the outfield. Brennan swings and hits it pretty hard, but it's going to be fouled off into the net just over the third base dugout. Gilby comes set. Gives a look over at first. Almost throws it away. Good snag by Bass Cooper. I think it's good for him to keep the runner close there. Do you think he's just focused on Brennan here?
I'd probably just focus on the hitter. Just go right at him. Get out of this inning.
See what Gilby does here. Brennan puts a charge into one down the left field line, but it's well foul. So the count remains 0-2. Looks like Brennan's seeing a heavy dose of fastball here. Let's see if Gilby will go to the breaking stuff next. The runner takes off at first. He fakes the throw, and now the throw to third almost gets away from Dryden. Everybody's safe. So now runners at second and third with 2 outs. And the count's 1-2. Parker with a pretty good fake there, though.
It was a good fake, but I think if he goes to second there, he probably gets him out, honestly. It looked like he had a lot of time.
So Gilby now in the windup with runners on second and third. Cole Brennan facing a 1-2 count with 2 down. Gilby delivers, misses inside, bounces off of Cosby, almost went in the dugout, scores 1. And Darius Jordan looked like he wanted to score, but he holds up at third, making the score 5-3. And what appeared to be like it was going to be a nearly flawless inning from Gilby has turned into them getting at least 1, with now a 2-2 count with 2 down and a runner on third. I tell you, Rye was one of those teams, like I was saying before the game, the first game, they'll almost nip at your heels until you fall. And they've really done that the past 2 games. Is they've just kept nipping and nipping. And obviously they won the first game, and they're really competing here in the second game as well. Still 2-2 after another foul ball by Brennan. Gilby delivers again. Looks like a breaking ball. He's going to chop it over to Bass. He fields it cleanly and takes it himself to first for out number 3. So they get out of the inning with only allowing 1 while also stranding 1 at third. So that'll move us into the bottom of the 5th inning, and we'll be back. So we're back here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bass Cooper to lead off the Lions. And on deck, familiar face, Grant Lala, who we thought was out for the game. I guess with the NAI rule, will be able to re-enter. Bass watches the first one for ball 1. The Red Storm have a new pitcher in. Looks like it's number 13, Gabe Carter, the 5'11 freshman left-hander from Huntington, West Virginia. Bass Cooper, the 6'4 junior, digs in on a 2-0 count. And watches ball 3 go by. It's now 3-0, and a batter like Bass probably has a green light, but he doesn't swing anyway. Now 3-1. Pitch. Bass puts a big swing on one. That's back deep, but foul. Only held up from going on the highway by a net that was built there to protect the cars. He hit that one pretty hard. Moves the count to 3-2. Backdoor curveball freezes Bass. Might have been a generous call there, but nonetheless, punch out for the Rio Grande Red Storm. And now Grant Lala up to bat for the Lions. So the freshman lefty, Gabe Carter, looking pretty good as he came back from a 3-0 count there. Grant Lala already on a 2-for-2 night. Watches ball 1. Did you witness any special rituals that Grant had, being that you were his roommate, Noah?
No, he just kind of did his own thing. Didn't really do much. Just wakes up and does whatever.
Just kind of how Grant is. He's just kind of a nonchalant guy. Hits one up the middle. The shortstop plays it behind second base. Grant hustles, but he's going to be out at first base. Close play and a good play by the shortstop, Alex Schooler there. So now to bat is Daniel Dryden. Dryden digs in. Gabe Carter comes set. Delivers. Be ball 1 low and inside. Carter with the 1-0 pitch. Dryden puts a big swing on one, but Darius Jordan is there to catch as it seems like he has been all game long for out number 3. So no hits, no runs for the Lions in the bottom of the 5th, and we'll see you at the top of the 6th. So we're back for the top of the 6th inning as Bryan College still leads 5-3. Rio Grande's going to see if they have a response. Gilby delivers the 0 pitch and misses a little high. pitch catches the outside corner, evens the count up at 1. Looks like Will Cantrell's out there outside the dugout taking some swings. You may see him come in to pinch hit this next inning. Gilby with the 1-1 pitch. I thought it was a little high, but strike 2 called anyway. The 1-2 count. Just off the outside corner. Evens the count up at 2. And I believe my colleague here, Noah Bradshaw, is getting a little tired. It's been a long day, huh?
It has been a long day and 2 long games, back to back.
Our broadcasting debut, they're throwing us into the fire here. As strike 3 is swung on for out number 1. Good pitching by Gilby so far. Now up to hit for the Rio Grande Red Storm is a pinch hitter. Freshman and utility player, 6-footer, Will Mann. Will Mann is one of the many who come from Ohio. Native-born Ohioan. After a healthy swing and a foul ball, Gilby delivers the 0-1 pitch. Another healthy swing by Mann. Counts now 0-2. 0-2 pitch is swung on and hit pretty hard to second baseman Dante. And Dante fielded it cleanly, but something happened at first base. No, did you see what happened?
Looked like Bass Cooper may have slipped going to first or didn't have his footing when he got to the bag because he was not ready for the throw.
Yeah, and I think Dante, he pump faked. He hesitated because he thought that Bass was there. And when he went to throw it, Bass, I think, might have stumbled over the bag or something. But regardless, Will Mann reaches, and Gilby's facing now, once again, a tough break. So that's 1-0 with 1 out, and Will Mann on first. Gilby with the 1-0 delivery. Swung on about a half a day early by Alex Schooler there. Gilby fixed the pickoff, gets Mann to dive back. Gilby throws strike 2 across the plate. Still staying in rhythm despite the defensive blunders. Gilby holds it a little longer, fouled off. Looks like it might have gone off of Parker's leg. And he takes a beating back there, doesn't he, Noah?
He does, but if you know him, you know he's tough enough to basically fight through whatever's hurting him.
You know, the first experience I had with Parker, I knew this man was kind of a different breed, as many like to say. Is I saw the guy with a backpack and a 45-pound plate inside the backpack running around campus. I can't imagine what that must be like. But this guy's tough. He's a hard worker, and I think he even does a little CrossFit. So anyway, back in there, 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and the runner's going on delayed steal. Is it going to be a strike him out throw? Yes, it is! A huge play by the Bryan defense gets us out of the inning. Wow! First the strikeout, and then it looked like a delay steal by Will Mann. Almost surprised Parker, but a strong throw and a great tag by Cahoon gets the runner and gets us out of this inning. We're back here in the bottom of the 6th as Kiko Garcia is going to get us started off. Coach Max kicking around third base, trying to get some dust off of that. Gabe Carter still in the pitch for the Red Storm. He delivers a nasty curveball, but it's going to miss inside. Ball 1. Kiko puts a charge into one, but it's going to be fouled off down the third base line. Evens the count up 1-1. One pitch misses high and in. Now 2-1. Kiko faces the 2-1. Another pitch misses inside. Moves the count to 3-1. Comes set, working from the stretch despite no runners being on. Kiko puts a charge into one. That's deep down the left field line. It's going to bounce off the wall. Kiko's going to round first, heading to second. Thomas stumbles in left field, and Kiko almost went to third, but a huge double there for the Lions.
A little bit of that pop we were talking about earlier. Kiko showed us there. That ball was ripped down the left field line and short off the wall out there, and that's kind of what he did at the beginning of fall, and now he's going to maybe pick it up a little bit here.
Yeah, Kiko does have some, he has some special kind of power, but it's definitely pull side power. So when he gets around on the ball, something's going to happen. It looks like potentially pinch running for him. Yeah, they're going to bring in number 3, David Walker. Again, we talked about him last year. Played in 15 games, just pinch running alone. He had elbow surgery, and like we said earlier, he's almost cleared to pitch. We're excited to see that. This guy, David Walker, he can pump it in low 90s. One of the hardest throwers on Bryan's staff. But nonetheless, he's in to pitch, or pinch hit, or pinch run here. Dante Morton up to bat here. Gabe Carter delivers the 0-0 pitch. Going to miss up and out of the zone.
Be nice to get a few more right here and just kind of add on to that lead.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have a complacent mindset here. It's only 5-3. They're only down 2 runs. We know that they have a dangerous hitter in A.J. Thomas. They're a bloop and a blast away from being right back in this thing. So it'd be nice to run some more runs across the board. Dante was almost hit with that one. Gets the bunt pulled back and moves the count to 2-0.
Be nice to get Dante on with David as well. Will coming up to bat and see him get a charge into one.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to pinch hit for Cahoon with Will Cantrell. Dante puts a nice bunt down the first base line. He may run that one out. Scooped up by the second baseman covering for out number 1. Good play defensively there by Rio Grande. So now to bat, like we mentioned earlier, pinch hitting for shortstop Cade Cahoon. Will Cantrell. Noah Cantrell had an at-bat in the first game, and he kind of got sawed off there. Hopefully we see something better out of him this time around.
Yeah, well, they're sticking him back out there. They got faith in him, so it'd be nice to see him run into one right here and kind of prove that he is that guy that come off the bench and do what they need him to do.
Absolutely. If he runs into one, that ball will go a long ways. A big swing there. Maybe too big of a swing. Kind of got jerky there, but moves the count to 0-1.
Probably just a little excited there. It's his first 2 varsity at bats for Bryan, and I'm sure he's definitely a little nervous about that.
Absolutely. Counts no balls and 1 strike. The ball's just going to miss outside. Brings the count even at 1. Counts 1-1. A great block by the catcher there, Gall, and saved a run from scoring. Carter threw that one in the dirt. He ought to be thanking his catcher right now from saving a run, though. Carter toes the rubber once again. Cantrell digs in nicely into the box. That ball just misses inside. I think almost scraped Cantrell's midsection. Going to move the count to 3-1 now with only 1 down in the bottom of the 6th inning. The 3-1 pitch is going to miss inside for ball 4. And someone get ready over there in the dugout because I almost guarantee you they're going to be running for Will. Not the best base runner. Great hitter, but not the best base runner.
Oh, see Alex Rollins here. No.
Number 13. Let's see, number 13.
That might be Cade coming back in.
Yeah, number 13. They're just going to go ahead and re-enter Cade Cahoon. Probably the smart thing to do. You don't have to waste another pinch runner. Just bring in the fast shortstop that you pinched hit for in the first place.
Now you're back up to the top and chance to do some damage here, but see if Bryan can start hitting lefties as they don't do very well.
Yeah, they weren't great against lefties last year and proved to not be that great last game against Trey Carter. Now Gabe Carter makes a move over to first for Cahoon, but Cahoon's back safely. So like Noah said, we're back at the top of the order. It looked like Parker squared around. And I think they might have called a balk. I think so. The pitch hit Parker in the leg. So it looked like it might have been a dead ball hit by pitch. But I think they're going to call a balk here.
Parker is pretty shaken up by that one, though.
Might have got him in the knee or something.
Yeah, he's limping pretty bad, but he's taking a pretty good beating today. He got hit in the first game and off the face mask this game and the leg, and then hit by the pitch in the leg.
He really is taking a beating this game.
He's a tough man, though, and he's not going to come out.
Definitely not. Umpires are signaling something. I can't tell exactly what they're saying, though. Honestly, I think if it wasn't a balk, then Parker, I think, stayed squared around, unfortunately. But I think, fortunately, it was a balk, so it brought the runners both up a bag. But it seems like the Rio Grande coach needs some explanation from the field umpire, and the home plate umpire is giving Coach McCauley an explanation. Looks like the dust may be settling, though. I don't know. It's not making as much sense to the Rio Grande coach what's going on.
Looks like Parker's definitely still going to be hitting here, so it would have had to have been a box. I don't really know what they're talking about.
You know, that's happened twice this game where something really eventful's happened after a balk. You know, you don't see that much. A lot of times when you call a balk, it's like the pitcher will end up lobbing it up there, or not even throwing it at all, or it'll end up being a ball. But one time we had a line shot to center field, and this time it hits our batter on a balk. So it's been a little confusing. I know for the viewers, it's been confusing for us too. But it looks like the dust has settled, and Parker's still hitting with an 0-0 count and 1 out, and runner on second after Walker trots in and scores.
Maybe he can get us another run right here. Keep adding on to that lead.
Definitely could use the insurance run here. There's something called the smash zone, and when you stay within four teams within a smash zone, meaning if they had 3 runners on and they got a home run, then they could tie it up. And with that, it looked like the umpire got hit with a pitch.
Looked like they got crossed up there on the pitch, though.
Yeah, I think the catcher completely missed it. And
he was set up outside, but that pitch definitely went inside. And
it kind of looked like he slid over, like he thought it was going to be a fastball too. And
yeah,
I don't think it was. I think it was a breaking ball. I think the umpire got hit in the arm. That's a dangerous job too.
Oh yeah, you take your beatings back there as well.
Yeah, for sure. And those guys aren't as spunky and young as we are. So now this eventful at bat continues. The 1-0 pitch. Gabe Carter comes set 4. Glances at Cahoon at second. The big leg kick by Parker Cosby. Almost leaned into one there. Makes it 2-0. Like the catcher and the pitcher are still not on the same page, so they may have to go to body signs here. It's kind of that time of the day where the sun goes down, shadows creep in, and it's hard to see what the catcher's throwing down there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go to body signs here. I kind of hope they do to get this game rolling. It seems like Parker's been at the dish for the last 30 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Counts 2-0. Carter's still struggling to see the signs, but it looks like they have gone to body signs. 2-0 pitch, fastball inside corner, called strike. Now the count's 2-1.
Be nice to see Parker finally find a hole today after some of the hits he's had that have just not been able to get down.
Yeah, outside of that looking strikeout, that was a questionable call. He's put the ball into play every other time, I believe.
Well, besides the hit, when he got hit.
Right. So now it's 3-1. Takes a little bit longer when they're going through the body signs, though. It's not just as easy as throwing down a number. Cosby watches ball 4 go by him across the chin. And now there's runners at first and second. And it looks like they may be having a pitching change. I see some action over there in the visiting team bullpen. If you're Rio, though, I mean, you're still in this, right? It's 6-3 ball game.
You are, but you're getting to the point where you could possibly lose at this game real easily, real fast with these next 3 or 4 coming up in this lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like they are going to have a pitching change. And I think it's the bottom of the 6th, so Rio only has 3 more outs to work with offensively. So if they're going to make something happen offensively, they're going to have to get it going quick. But here we're going to have a pitching change, and when we get closer to action, we'll be back. So now, newly into pitch for the Rio Grande Red Storm is Britton Stevenson. He's a redshirt freshman from Kuna, Idaho, out of Southwestern Oregon Community College. Redshirt freshman, 6'3". Runners at first and second, and look who's up to bat. A powerful bat in Darwin Gregg. Darwin Gregg.
Ooh, dang.
Ooh. Darwin Gregg hit it hard and looked like it might have grazed off of a Bryan coach or player over there in the dugout. Hopefully everybody's all right over there. So now the 0-1 count. Stevenson delivers. It's going to be high. Next count 1-1.
Darren's really got a chance to put this game away. If he drives him to the gap, I think you got who's that on first? Alex maybe?
Yes, I believe so.
He's probably going to score, and you're looking at a 8-3 ball game.
Yeah, I think that put the dagger in the heart of Red Storm. Oh man, but it looks like he might fly out to right field. Cahoon's looking like he may tag, and they're just going to toss it back in as Cahoon stays at second. So now 2 outs, and Gregg misses his chance to put this game really away. But 2 outs, and now Bradley Prince up to bat for the Lions. Stevenson gets the sign from his catcher, Gall. Looks like he's working on body signs as well. Gets the outside call for strike 1. I don't think Prince liked that one. It looked a little outside to me. Wide and outside there. Counts 1-1.
Be nice to get this inning over to Bass and Grant as they're coming up next to after Bradley.
I think if you get it to those guys, man, this could get ugly quick. This is a good shot for Bradley, though. He's got a nice righty on lefty matchup. Could fare well for him.
Yeah, a little miniature shift on for him as well.
Yeah, they got the second baseman a little deeper in the hole than usual. Stevenson delivers. Going to be high and outside once again. So now 2 balls and 1 strike against Bradley Prince. One pitch is swung on, driven to left field over the third baseman's head. That's going to score at least 1. Alex Rollins is on his way to third, and Prince delivers. He's going to move up to second as well. A great insurance run there by the Lions. It's going to move the lead now to 7-3.
It's also big there to get Alex over to third on that, as it's a base hit to left field, but Alex's speed is just unmatched on the base pass, and he gets a third really easily, honestly, on that play.
I know. I mean, that ball was hit to left field, and it was hit hard. And he went from first to third very quickly. Not many base runners can do that. He's definitely a threat on the base paths. So now we have Bass Cooper, the Knoxville native, up to bat. Stevenson's going to miss a little high.
Bass is back on his power side for this AB. After his last one was back from the right side, he's going to hit left now.
Never been a switch hitter, so I don't know. I wonder if it's hard to adjust sometimes.
It is, but I think if you played at the level he's played at before, I think you probably get kind of used to it.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing for a while now. The count's even at 1 now after a breaking ball catches the outside corner. ball misses. 2-1. Two balls, one strike on Bass Cooper. Another pitch outside is going to be 3-1. You know, Noah, I was just thinking about this. If you would have told me 5 years ago that I'd be up here in Chattanooga Lookout's press box broadcasting a Bryan College baseball game, I'd probably say that you're crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of wild that it just kind of happened like this.
A 3-1 count. On to Bass. He's going to miss, and Bass draws what seems like his 20th walk of the day. Bases loaded for none other than former roommate of my colleague here, Grant Lala. You miss Grant at all, Noah?
I mean, I do, but same time, you know, I like my roommate now because we kind of fit better together.
Grant's probably too quiet for you, huh? That pitch almost hit him. I thought it did hit him.
I don't know what happened there.
That's kind of like one of those video
Like
game
went through his
glitches
leg.
where it went through the leg. But your roommate now is a little more your speed, I guess. Grant's a little quiet for you, I guess, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
That pitch catches the outside corner, moves the count to 1-1. Count's now 1-1. He's going to miss outside for ball 2. So now Grant's in a hitter's count. And as a hitter, Noah, 2-1. You like that count?
You do. Especially when you're Grant, they're feeding you outside, and he likes outside as well. They're really looking to, like, bust him out, but, I mean, I don't think he can bust this guy out.
No, he hits it with the pitch.
Ooh.
Oh, man. Big swing there. Looks like the backswing caught the back of the catcher's head. Appears to be okay. But now deuces are wild with 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the bases are loaded. Big pitch here for Stevenson and also for Lala. Big leads all around. Stevenson pitches. Looks like a breaking ball, and Grant fights it off back behind him. Going to keep the count even at 2. So still 2-2 with 2 outs, and I thought there might have been a little hesitation in that setup. Going to miss outside. I thought they might have called balk there. It kind of looked like he flinched a little bit when he was coming set.
Well, they got a 3-2 count with 2 outs, bases loaded, so they're going to be moving.
Going to be moving, so that means a base hit.
Easily scores 2.
And obviously now Bass isn't the fastest runner, so it'd have to be really in the gap to score him.
Yeah.
But ball 4, so Stevenson walks in a run and makes it 8-3. And, you know, I was talking about that smash zone earlier, and Bryan is now out of it. They've created enough insurance in this inning, 3 runs, to get out of the smash zone. So a grand slam wouldn't tie things up for Ryo at this point. So now Daniel Dryden makes his way to the plate. Digs in and waits on Stevenson to come set. Stevenson comes set and delivers. And hits it hard toward Mack. Mack does a little 2-step there to get out of the way of the ball. And the count quickly moves to no balls and 1 strike. I didn't know Coach Mack could move that fast. Noah, did you?
Yeah, I didn't think he could, but I mean, I guess when a ball's coming at you that fast, you got to do what you got to do to get out of the way.
So no balls, 1 strike, and 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. Dryden's going to watch that one go by for ball 1.
He's had a tough day today, too. He's absolutely laced, I think, 3 baseballs in these 2 games.
I know, he really has.
Have not found a hole. Be big for him to find a hole here.
The 1-1 pitch. Curveball low for ball 2. Yeah, when you continue to hit the ball hard and it gets caught, it's kind of like if you spun a globe around and closed your eyes and you kept landing on the land part of the globe. It's like, how is it going to fall? And hopefully here we see Dryden put one in the hole. It'd be big for the Lions here. 2-1, big swing, but nothing to show for it. Moves the count to 2-2 with 2 down. Stevenson, 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball low and out. Now 3-2. We're in the same situation we were earlier, where we're on a payoff pitch situation. 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded. Something's going to happen.
Base hit still probably scores fast here. He's not as fast, but he's going to have a good jump start.
Yeah, for sure. Dryden puts a good swing on one, but he's going to foul it off back behind first base. And he clanks up against the stands. So the count obviously remains at 3-2. You know, we're in a Double-A stadium, and I think Double-A has moved into using robot umpires. It's kind of crazy to think about. Dryden puts a swing on one, and it's hit deep to left field. Well, really not all that deep. And Thomas makes a move on it, moves under it, and catches it for out number 3. We'll talk more about those robot umpires when we get to the top of the inning. Until then, we'll take a break. Now we're in the top of the 7th, and Bryan has a chance to go ahead and close things off here in the second game of this doubleheader. Gilby remains pitching, going to try to finish things off. And Alex Rollins, as predicted earlier, is going to move into the right field position just to kind of give us some more defensive security out there. Gilby, the 0-0 pitch. Misses high and in. We're talking about those robot umpires. I think the Double-A level, they're using those. What do you think about that, Noah?
I think it takes a lot away from the game. I don't like it. I think it takes a lot of...
Looks like we're going to have a fly ball in foul territory. Is there room? No.
Takes a lot of, human error out of it, which I think is good for the game. But it seems more like we're going towards these robot umpires.
Yeah, and I believe AAA is using it. So every level of professional baseball is using these, at least that's affiliated with Major League Baseball, except the MLB itself. So we'll see what direction baseball takes regarding this issue. But I'm with you. I kind of like the human error aspect. It's like every other sport, there's human error to it, And it just seems more natural that way. Seems to be the way it's supposed to be. It counts 2-1 against the top hitter here for the Red Storm. J. Thomas puts a swing on that one. It's deep. Prince makes a run for it, and he's going to catch it there close to the warning track. I don't know what A.J. Thomas there went ahead and ran to second base anyway. I don't quite understand that one. But Prince made a good play on that one. And now there's one out. 2 outs away from a victory here. Went ahead and said that he swung at that pitch. Don't know about that one, but I'm okay with the call. Clayton Sorrell digs in for the 0-1 count. He swings at one, fouls it off behind him. Makes the count 0-2. 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. So now we're 1 out away from a Bryan victory. Gilby looking to finish things off here.
Pitching's been a lot better this game than it was last game.
Absolutely. This is the pitching staff that we've gotten used to over the last few months.
Going right at guys instead of kind of like Moylan and now Gilby just really going at guys, attacking guys real early in the count.
Absolutely, and you got to do that against a team like this. Gavin Lovsky now up to bat. He puts a big swing on one, but nothing to show for it as he misses. Now 0-1. Gilby delivers the 0-1 pitch, fouled off into the back of Lovsky. Now 0-2. And get on your feet, Bryan fans, because we're 1 strike away from winning this ball game. He'll be taking his time. Methodical. Gilby with the delivery. Strike 3 called! And that's ball game, folks. Gilbert with the impressive 1-2-3 inning to end the game. And Bryan comes out with a victory and splits the day 1-1. What do you think about today, Noah?
I mean, it's good. Definitely good day for baseball. And, lost first game, bounced back, won second game pretty handily. And look to hopefully go 2-0 tomorrow and start out the season 3-1.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a big day. Tomorrow we can take the series. This isn't a team you want to split with. You want to go 2-0 tomorrow so you can finish off the series victorious. But I think Bryan answered pretty well to this game, Noah, especially coming off the disappointing loss the first game. To win 8-3 here is pretty big, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I really like the way they bounce back, and hope they can keep it up tomorrow and get some momentum rolling and start playing some good baseball teams early in the year.
Yeah, they do. Next week, we're going to be facing off against Freed Hardeman and Southeastern, 2 teams in the top 25, 2 teams that are familiar with the NAIA World Series. So that'll be good. Tomorrow, we'll be back. It'll be Noah and myself again. Until then, Grayson and Noah signing off.